Chapter 140. Inwu Fei's spirit was roused. He was about to complete his mission and kill a superior. The excitement of killing a superior person filled his entire brain. At this moment, Inwu Fei's fighting spirit soared. The heroic spirit of the past when he accepted a mission to travel thousands of miles to take the head of a general suddenly rose. The moment the black-clothed man appeared, Inwu Fei let out an excited roar and attacked with all his strength. His body, hands, and feet suddenly seemed to be covered in a layer of faint golden mist. In an instant, he struck out over 300 palms. For miserable shrieks rang out continuously. The 4 revered martial artists were thrown into the air in 4 different directions. While they were still in the air, the sound of their bones breaking could be heard. The bodies of the 4 revered martial artists spat out blood all over the sky. 2 of them didn't even land on the ground before they lost their lives. Even the 2 lucky survivors were unconscious. They fell to the ground with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. Inwu Fei laughed loudly. His 2 arms suddenly shook. With a pop sound, his sleeves vibrated with the sound of metal colliding. The dust that had stuck to his body during the fight fell off his clothes. His movements were arrogant and confident. Then he slowly covered his clothes. Under the control of his Yuan Qi, the wound on his chest was no longer bleeding. When Inwu Fei raised his head again, he had a cruel smile on his face. He looked at the Mo King level leader's face and said casually, "Now it is finally peaceful." When this king of Hell Chu appeared, Inwu Fei had already sensed that this legendary Butian Pavilion minister was the first strong opponent he had met in all these years. Therefore, he used a swift and decisive method to get rid of this revered martial artist as quickly as possible, all for the sake of this one-on-one battle. He was originally an assassin, but now that they were facing each other, he could no longer hide. He could only face him head-on. For Inwu Fei, he had lost his biggest advantage and was at a disadvantage. But with such a good opportunity, how could he be satisfied if he did not try? Next time, if he wanted to meet King of Hell Chu again, it would not be so easy. The opponent was also a master. If the 2 of them were to fight at a critical moment, he would be in a disadvantageous position. Therefore, it was best to get rid of them first. The Mo King level master coldly looked at Inwu Fei. His heart was filled with killing intent, and it was about to explode. Of his subordinates, 4 were seriously injured and unconscious, and 2 died on the spot. This was an unprecedented loss, since he had come to the lower 3 heavens. There was no need to ask about this person. To be able to have such a deep hatred for the Black Devil, and to have such a high level of martial power, there was no one else other than the Mo clan. Peace and quiet. The Mo King level expert didn't move. Instead, he floated up 3 feet from the ground. Then he stood still. His entire body emitted a dense black fog. It was obvious that he had gathered all of his martial power. His voice became even colder as he asked, "Who are you?" "The person who wants your life." Inwu Fei clasped his hands behind his back, displaying the demeanor of a master. "The person who wants my life," the Black Devil King level expert muttered to himself. Then he suddenly laughed coldly. Yes, what kind of king are you? What rank? How dare you boast so shamelessly when you're injured?" Inwu Fei laughed complacently and said, "First-grade martial king. Even though I am injured, taking your life is as easy as flipping my hand." The Mo King level expert slowly nodded and said, "That's right. If you are not a 5th-grade martial king, you would not be arrogant enough to think that you can take my life. If you are not a 5th-grade martial king, you would not dare to come alone." His skinny hands slowly opened up, and the black fog became thicker and thicker. In the dense fog, his eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, even the whites of his eyes seemed to have disappeared, turning into 2 bright black holes. This situation was extremely frightening. It was as if a demon god was riding a foul wind and wretched fog, flying through the air. His black robes fluttered in the air without any wind, making rustling noises. With a clang, a black, long sword with fog rising from it had already appeared in his right hand. First grade Martial King, you think you can kill me? The Hey Mo King level expert sneered. Your clan did not tell you that I also broke through to first grade Martial King a year ago. First grade Martial King. In Wu Fa laughed sinisterly. Today, you will not be able to escape death. You killed my subordinates. Today you will die without a doubt. I will not let you leave this place alive. The two king-level experts attacked each other verbally, and at the same time they launched an attack of aura. In the air, the faint golden mist and the gray, dark mist surged back and forth. Both of them had the same idea. As long as one of them showed a slight weakness in their aura, they would be able to attack like lightning and end the battle in the shortest time possible. In front of experts, the battle of aura was extremely important. The battle of aura was related to the feeling of energy after the battle. If one side had the upper hand, the feeling of energy would be stronger. This was an unbridgeable gap. After a while, the two sides were evenly matched. The black fog did not advance, and the light golden fog did not retreat. They were in a stalemate in the air. Above their heads, the black fog and the light golden fog each transformed into a clear crown. It was these two crowns that caused the experts who heard the commotion to stop in their tracks. Their faces were filled with fear as they looked in this direction. No wonder there was such a big commotion. It turned out that two king-level experts were fighting. With a buzzing sound, the black sword cut through the air, leaving a clear black crack in the air. In a situation where both sides were evenly matched, the balance was broken first. Attack! Attack! In Wu Fa laughed loudly. The fog around his palms became thicker. He did not evade and attacked with all his might. The hissing sound continued. The whole place seemed to have become silent. Only the sound of the air being cut could be heard. Two shadows flashed like lightning. The palms were like mountains, and the sword was like layers upon layers. Two king-level experts were fighting with their lives on the line. The two people's faces were solemn. Neither of them dared to underestimate the other. They were both thin and scary. They were both evenly matched. In Wu Fa was furious. His martial power was originally higher than this king of Hell Chu's, but after being hit by the sword, his martial power was reduced. Now, after a long battle, he could not gain the upper hand. Seeing more and more people coming to watch from afar, In Wu Fa became anxious. With a loud roar, he suddenly turned his palm into a claw and unleashed his own lawless 18 forms. The wind created by the claw was no less sharp than the wind created by the sword. Since the beginning of the battle, the Hey Mo King level expert did not say a word. His face was calm. He only flicked his wrist and swung his sword. The black sword was like a poisonous dragon in the black fog. Every sword was filled with murderous intent. Bang! In Wu Fa's black palm and the Hey Mo King's sword collided. Both of their bodies shook. Immediately, a series of banging sounds were heard. The two of them were truly enraged. In Wu Fa wanted to kill this king of Hell Chu no matter what, and the Hey Mo King level expert wanted to kill this powerful enemy who had just killed two of his subordinates. Both of them had a reason to fight with their lives on the line. Although their hearts were as calm as ice, their eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. They were ready to explode at any moment. Chu Yang had already crawled up. His internal injuries were very serious, but they weren't so serious that he couldn't move. He stood far away and only exposed his eyes to watch the fight between these two king-level experts. He was very satisfied in his heart. What a master! This is truly a match for a chess match. These two people's martial arts are very sharp It is really admirable. Looking at the battle between the two, Chu Yang's mind was intoxicated. Even in his previous life, he had never seen a battle between king-level experts like this. Every move, every kick, and every lift of his foot were all exquisite to the extreme. Chu Yang looked at the moves that were proving his thoughts. He found that many details that he did not understand before suddenly became clear at this moment. This palm strike, the left foot went forward and the right foot rotated. It looked like it was attacking from the left, but the rotation of the right foot was constantly changing. If you defend from the left, I will attack from the right. If you defend from the right, I will attack from the left. The changes were all in one's heart. As for the sword, it looked like it was stabbing forward. But as it pierced forward, the straight body of the sword seemed to turn in an arc. It came from an impossible direction, and the attack was absolutely unexpected. This required the coordination of body movements and footwork, as well as the use of primordial energy. The ever-changing energy of a king-level expert. None of these could be missing. Chu Yang's eyes lit up as he watched. He almost forgot that he was seriously injured. With a loud bang, the crowns on top of the two people's heads shook violently. Then the two black shadows were sent flying backward like two big birds. The two people did not have any tricks up their sleeves. Yin Wu Fei's claw fiercely hit the left shoulder of the Hei Mo King level expert, and the sword of the Hei Mo King level expert pierced into Yin Wu Fei's right arm. Blood spurted out, and a large piece of flesh flew out. The two people were sent flying. The face of the Hei Mo King level expert suddenly turned red, and then suddenly turned white. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Yin Wu Fei's face turned yellow, and then turned pale. Fresh blood sprayed into the sky. Before the momentum of their retreat was over, the two of them suddenly rushed back and continued to fight in midair. They slowly fought from the ground to the sky. Both of them fought to the death without retreating. Their eyes were completely red. Both of them were injured. To be injured in such a direct battle. Both of them felt that it was the greatest humiliation of their lives. Their hatred for each other became deeper and deeper. Without saying a word, they fought to the death. Their moves became more and more ruthless, and more sinister. Chapter 141. Sure enough, Chu Yang's prayer had a good effect. Following an earth-shaking and violent sound, the two people were once again sent flying by each other, their staffs disheveled. They pulled apart a distance of several hundred feet, and stood on the roof, staring at each other like fighting cocks. They panted heavily and did not immediately attack. The dense fog around them began to surge rapidly. Obviously, the two wanted to decide the victor with one strike. After a while, two roars rang out at the same time. It was not clear who came first. Hearing these two roars, Chu Yang felt his entire body tremble. His spine felt numb, as if he had been electrocuted. At this moment, Chu Yang felt like he was about to die. This is great. It has finally begun. My injuries this time were not in vain. In midair, the two jumped up at the same time, like two black meteors. Behind each of them was a string of clear afterimages as they approached each other at high speed. On the tip of the Hei Mo King level expert sword, there was a black sword light that almost condensed into a solid substance. This sword, with both hands holding the sword hilt, formed a straight line with the sword in the air. It was full of desperation and desperation. This sword, once the sword was out, there would be no turning back. Yin Wu Fei's eyes widened dramatically. His hands were in front of him and behind him like a tiger clawing at its prey. His body leaped up and his legs bent. Halfway through his flight, his legs suddenly straightened, and his speed increased by a notch. His eyes were full of fanaticism. This moment had finally arrived. "Stop! Both of you, stop right now!" A loud roar was heard from afar. Several black silhouettes rushed over as if they were flying. One of the black silhouettes was the fastest. He was running at the forefront. Above this person's head, there was a majestic crown, another king-level expert. At this moment, he was shouting, wanting to stop the battle between the two. However, it was too late. Before the long roar stopped, the two had already collided. Bang! 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 In Wu Fei's tiger claw, which had used all of his strength, struck the Heimo King-level expert's body more than a dozen times. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Puff! Puff! The Heimo King-level master also did not want to lose out. His black sword flashed like an angry dragon, and in the blink of an eye it crazily went into every part of In Wu Fei's body and pulled it out 7 or 8 times. Every time he entered and exited, blood would gush out. When the two of them passed by each other, they both saw blood gushing out from the other's 7 orifices. At this moment, both of them felt a trace of comfort in their hearts, but also a bit of regret. I have finally killed King of Hell Chu. A smile appeared on In Wu Fei's thin face. I've finally killed this Mo clan's low-grade king-level expert. The sinister eyes of the Heimo King-level master flashed a trace of a smile. Then, the two of them passed each other and continued to fly forward. In the end, In Wu Fei's martial power was a little higher. At the last moment, he held his last breath and turned into a pale, golden rainbow mixed with the color of blood. He took advantage of the momentum and continued to run madly toward his mother. One of the black-clothed men was a king-level expert. However, I was the only king-level expert of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Therefore, that person must be an enemy. Even if I die, In Wu Fei's corpse will not fall into the enemy's hands. In this state of mind, In Wu Fei mustered up his last breath and disappeared without a trace. The black-clothed man was the Saber King of the Heimo clan's Saber King. At this moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. He used all his strength to catch the falling Sword King in his arms. When he landed on the ground, he staggered a bit. He did not have time to chase after the enemy, so he first checked the Sword King's injuries. What he saw shocked him. Not a single rib of the Sword King's chest remained intact. His 5 viscera were all displaced. Many of his meridians were broken. His vital energy had dried up in his dantian. The black demon sword was still tightly gripped in his hand, but his arm was limp and drooping. It was broken into 7 or 8 lines. This was an injury that was almost certain to kill him. The Saber King did not dare to be careless. He immediately sent a steady stream of primordial energy into the Sword King's body. His heart relaxed a bit. If he can still hold primordial energy, then there is still hope. It's the Mo clan's people. The Sword King struggled for a moment. He tightly clenched his teeth and endured the pain in his body. He weakly said, "Third and Old are done for. The other 4 are also seriously injured." This news greatly shocked the Saber King. They only sent 1 person? The Saber King cautiously asked. The Sword King closed his eyes. A trace of disappointment flashed across his face. Don't think about anything. First, control your injuries. Take care of your body first. The Saber King anxiously said, "Don't worry. You will be fine. Hold on. Foam can't." The Sword King weakly coughed and said, "Before he came, he was injured." The Saber King calmed down. He held the Sword King's body and walked into the inn. Seeing the mess in the inn, the 4 men were still lying unconscious on the ground, and the 2 corpses that had already stiffened. His eyes flashed with monstrous anger and hatred. "You 2 go find a doctor. As long as there is a doctor in Iron Cloud Citadel, have them come immediately. If anyone dares to disobey, kill them. You 3 immediately go and search." The Saber King tried his best to suppress his anger. Through gritted teeth, he whispered, "That person is seriously injured. He cannot have gone far. No matter what, We must find him and cut his body into 10,000 pieces." The 2 men in black behind him complied. 2 of them immediately flew out. The other, carefully carried the 4 men to their rooms. Then 3 of them quickly left as well. Only 1 was left to collect the dead bodies of his companions. The entire inn fell into a gloomy atmosphere. No one would have thought that 2 king-level masters and 12 revered martial artists would suffer such a great loss in Iron Cloud Citadel. Think of a way to inform the clan. The Saber King's palm was still on the Sword King's back. He continuously poured energy into the Sword King and ordered, "Look at the clan's will. Tell them to be quick. Investigate the ins and outs of this matter. What is going on? Why did the Mo clan suddenly find this place? Which of the 5 heavenly kings of the Mo clan is this person?" Chu Zai had already left. Chu Yang didn't have time to do anything when he saw the Saber King appear in the distance like a soaring cloud. He pulled his body back and almost couldn't move his body. Then he turned around the corner and retreated. He had seen the final result of the battle clearly. These 2 king-level masters, even if they did not die, it would be difficult for them to recover in this lifetime. Chu Yang was very satisfied with this result. One was Diwu Qing Rose King-level master, and the other was the culprit who harmed Mo Qing Wu. These 2 people, in Chu Yang's mind, deserved to die. Having personally directed and watched a great show for free, Minister Chu was in a very good mood. Even though his organs were aching and he was so tired that he almost fell asleep, his mind was in high spirits. So satisfying. A battle to the death between 2 king-level masters. Moreover, both sides were confused. The Hei Mo people thought that Inwu Fa was a member of the Mo clan, and Inwu Fa thought that the opponent was King of Hell Chu from the beginning. This was a freak combination of factors. If the 2 sides knew that this was all just a misunderstanding, the 2 king-level masters would probably die from anger on the spot. The most satisfying thing was that all of this was a lucky hit. Chu Yang was very satisfied. He barely managed to adjust his breathing. Then he propped himself up and found a carriage to go to Butian Pavilion. These 2 revered martial artists of Golden Horse Riders Department were really skilled. In a short time, they found a map of Butian Pavilion. Right now, the 2 were studying the buildings of Butian Pavilion. No matter what, they had to find the easiest way to sneak in so that the 2 of them could cooperate with the king-level masters to assassinate King of Hell Chu. A king-level master had not personally taken action for many years. The 2 of them thought of the king-level masters' lightning-fast attacks, and their blood boiled. In this Iron Cloud Nation, they were finally lucky enough to see a king-level master in action. While the 2 of them were concentrating on their research, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from outside the window. In the next moment, the window was shattered, and Inwu Fa's skinny body, dripping with blood, came crashing in. He fell to the ground and could not stand. He rolled a few times before he raised his head. His face was mournful like a ghost. The 2 of them looked and were shocked. Their souls flew out of their bodies. On the king-level master's body, there were countless wounds. On his stomach, thighs, right chest, and both shoulders there was a bloody hole. Blood was gushing out like it was free. Even his back was full of blood. It was actually a penetrating wound on both sides. Who was so vicious? Who was so fierce? Who could injure a king-level master to this extent? At this moment, the 2 of them were so shocked that their hearts almost stopped beating. Quickly, leave this place immediately. Inwu Fa only managed to say 1 sentence before he spat out another mouthful of blood. His body twitched, and he fell down. His voice was intermittent. King of Hell Chu is also a king-level master. He has also been seriously injured by me. Immediately informed the Prime Minister. The follow-up, speaking up to this point, he could not hold on any longer and fainted. The 2 of them hurriedly treated Inwu Fa's wounds. Even though they were revered martial artists, they were still frightened by such terrifying wounds. With such serious injuries, a king-level master was still able to come back alive. Wait, king-level master just said. King of Hell Chu is also a king-level master? Could it be that king-level master went out today and fought with King of Hell Chu? This was very difficult. The two of them treated Yin Wu Fei's wounds in the shortest amount of time. Then they left the place as fast as they could and contacted several iron horse riders to find another place to hide. After a while, another invisible falcon flew out from a corner of Iron Cloud Citadel and disappeared into the clear sky. Chapter 142. Even if Du Shiqing was an emperor-level master, facing the might of Iron Cloud and Golden Horse Riders Department, he could only die with a grievance. Moreover, he did not have such a high cultivation level. Senior Du leaving early is your only chance of survival. Chu Yang said slowly. Even if I leave, this world is so big. Where can I go? Du Shiqing murmured. Senior Du, don't forget that I still owe you a favor. Chu Yang smiled. In this world, there are not many elders that I respect, and Senior Du is one of them. Du Shiqing shook his head and said no. You are in a good position in Iron Cloud, and your future is limitless. Furthermore, this old man's life's work is in your hands. Even if this old man dies, I cannot implicate you. Du Shiqing's words were resolute and decisive. He had high hopes for Chu Yang. In this doctor's heart, nothing must happen to Chu Yang. You cannot drag me down. Chu Yang's heart was burning as he said casually, plus, in this world, only I can help Senior Du at that time. A doctor like Senior Du, with such a temperament, should not die. Chu Yang said gravely, Senior Du, this matter is settled. However, I have not investigated the other people to see if they are Diwu Qing Rose men. If the situation is still unclear, then I can only take Senior Du with me. The other people he was talking about was Du Shiqing's bodyguard, Fire Saber Great Master Gao Weicheng. Chu Yang had no impression of this person. He also did not know if he was Du Shiqing's bodyguard or Du Qing Ro's spy. Chu Yang always felt that Gao Weicheng's ability to control people was somewhat strange. Du Shiqing sighed. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not. After a long time he murmured, in this life, one must not make a mistake. Once you make a mistake, sooner or later you will have to pay the debt. He suddenly smiled and said, I did not save your father, right? He paused and said, you do not owe me anything. One Chu Yang smiled and said meaningfully, but I owe Mr. Du a conscience. The word conscience caused Du Shiqing to be silent for a long time. In a low voice he said, conscience, conscience. He did not say anything else. Du Shiqing stayed for a while before returning to the palace. Because of Tai Shicheng, Du Shiqing could not leave for too long. After Du Shiqing left, Chu Yang immediately sat up. Sword Spirit, are you there? Idiot, give me a portion of the medicine from that day. I need to heal my injuries. Chu Yang said in a hurried manner. Chu Yang would need at least half a month to recuperate in order to slowly recover from his injuries. But now, at such a critical moment, how could he be willing to rest for half a month? Of course, he didn't forget that there was still a huge amount of medicinal power in his meridians. It would be a piece of cake to treat such an internal injury. Because the medicinal power was in his meridians, as long as it took effect, it would be equivalent to a natural recovery. If you release enough medicinal power to heal your injuries, then at the same time your injuries are healed, your cultivation will increase by 1 level. But you have just become a martial artist. Your state of mind is not stable, and your comprehension is not deep. I'm afraid it will only be beneficial. The sword spirit hesitated. First grade martial artist. Don't forget, I broke through to first grade martial artist under the pressure of a king-level master. Chu Yang said, plus, I just had a big fight with a king-level master. How could my state of mind be unstable? Chu Yang retorted. I'm afraid it has already surpassed it. The sword spirit was silent for a while, as if it was probing his state of mind. After a long time, Chu Yang felt a pure medicinal power spread through his meridians. An extremely comfortable feeling rose. At the same time, heat rose from his dantian. Unexpectedly, a cold energy rose from the tribulation sword and merged with the heat in his dantian. The cold and heat stimulated each other. Chu Yang only felt a thunderous sound in his dantian. Puff! Wu Qian came in with a bowl of water. Tai Butian followed behind her, wearing a brocade robe and a golden crown. They had just reached the door when they suddenly heard a strange sound coming from Chu Yang's body. The two of them had a strange look on their faces. They wanted to cover their noses, but were embarrassed. This minister, Chu, really had a personality. He actually used so much strength to release that kind of turbid energy. In an instant, the two of them felt that the room was filled with a strange energy. The two of them did not say a word and looked at Chu Yang strangely as if they were holding their breath. Chu Yang opened his eyes and saw the strange look on their faces. For some reason, he waved his hand and said, "First, what's wrong?" "You can move?" Wu Qian asked with difficulty. It was naturally difficult to say this sentence while holding their breath. Moreover, the sound was also very strange. Yes. "What's wrong?" Chu Yang looked at the two's red faces and asked in puzzlement. At this moment, heat rose from his dantian and cold energy rose from the tribulation sword. Puff! This time the sound was twice as loud as before, too shameless. Even if it wasn't intentional the previous time, it must be intentional this time. Because if it wasn't intentional, no one would release such a big sound. This was the result of brewing for a long time and then using all his strength. The effect of that, Wu Qian and Tai Butian looked at each other with anger in their hearts. Is this guy trying to disgust us on purpose? Drink it yourself. Holding her breath, Wu Qian placed the clear water at the head of the bed. Then she covered her nose and ran out. Tai Butian didn't say a word after she came in. At this moment, she glared at Chu Yang fiercely and followed Wu Qian out with a strange expression on her face. It was as if they were running away. This is not that. Chu Yang finally understood. It turned out that the two of them thought that he was releasing that kind of energy. I'm innocent. Chu Yang stared and thought, these two are really ignorant. Have you seen anyone release that kind of energy before? But since you're not here, it's convenient for me to heal. Tai Butian stood outside the door with her hands behind her back. Wu Qian stood behind her with a red face. After a while, she said, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Maybe Chu Yang is injured and can't get rid of the impure energy in his body. Ugh. Tai Butian retched and waved her hand. Don't explain, I won't blame you. But your explanation is even more. Ugh. She was a smart girl. What was she talking about? Can't get rid of the impure energy in his body. Tai Butian was a little depressed. How could Wu Qian not know that the more she explained, the worse it would be? But she was really worried and confused. She didn't pay attention and said it just now. Just as the two of them were standing, they heard another loud sound coming from the room. Puff! Bright! The two of them covered their mouths and walked out a few steps at the same time. They stood under the roof and felt the fresh air blowing in. Only then did they feel better. They looked at each other and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Really energetic. Chang'an hurried in from outside and was about to go to Chu Yang's room. Seeing that Tai Butian was here, he hurriedly bowed and asked in surprise, How's the minister's injury? Miss Wu, why are you outside? Tai Butian smiled and said, You'll know when you go in. Yes. Chang'an bowed and hurried in. Behind him, Wu Qian covered her mouth and her shoulders trembled. He heard Chang'an's loud voice from inside. Minister you? Touch. Fut. Great Hall Master Cheng leaped up and retreated. He looked like an arrow that had been shot, and his movements were extremely agile. Huh. Tai Buyu and Wu Qianqian laughed at the same time. Chang'an covered his nose and looked a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Minister Chu is really Minister Chu. Even that thing is so earth-shattering. Tai Butian coughed twice. He was a pure person. At this moment, he already felt his throat itch. He said, Since Minister Chu is fine, I'll go back first. Miss Wu, please take good care of Minister Chu. If it's inconvenient, Hall Master Cheng can take care of him. As he spoke, he had already walked far away. Chang'an made a vomiting face. He wanted to defend himself, but did not dare to. That minister, that thing was so loud, take care of him? At this moment, that strange sound was getting louder and louder. The intervals were getting shorter and shorter. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, 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 puff. Wu Qianqian finally could not bear it and said, Hall Master Cheng, I'll have to trouble you. She covered her nose and ran away. Cheng'an was tongue-tied as he watched Wu Qianqian run away. He heard the puff-puff sound coming from the room. He suddenly felt disgusted and could not help but bend down. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Poor Hall Master. Cheng vomited a puddle of water. Chuyang also finally ended this extremely embarrassing healing and upgrading session. Minister Chu, whose skin was as thick as a city wall, also felt that each day was like a year. His face turned red. This was the first time in his life that he blushed because of a misunderstanding. Because of this, Minister Chu had a big argument with the sword spirit in his consciousness. He absolutely did not believe that this kind of thing could not be controlled, but the sword spirit simply ignored him. After a long time, Chuyang felt that his body was full of power. Wearing that hideous mask, he slowly walked out of the room. For the first time, he discovered that this mask actually had the function of covering up his shame. Qingyuan was sitting on a chair. His legs were weak, and he stretched out his 2 long legs to sit on it. His face was haggard. Ahem. Minister, Chu coughed dryly. Minister, you are much better. Chang'an weakly tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang with lifeless eyes. What's the matter? Minister Chu's words were concise. The surveillance of those people has been completed. When do we start the operation? Chang'ang's spirits were finally lifted when he talked about the important matters. Not bad, were we discovered? Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Absolutely not. Chang'ang smiled and said, There are a few places that belong to the military. Many of the disabled soldiers live in those places. We easily exchanged places with some of them. The disabled soldiers were also very cooperative. Minister, they are all good men. Disabled soldiers. Chu Yang was lost in thought. In this country that has been on the battlefield for many years, how many disabled soldiers are there? These heroes who had once galloped on the battlefield had to drag their sick and disabled bodies to live in a simple and crude house. After thinking for a while, he said, When this matter is over, I will go with His Highness to visit these disabled soldiers. Chapter 143. Has our Butian Pavilion's messenger, Hawk, been trained? Chuyang asked. Messenger birds had always been a weakness. Ever since Chuyang took over, he had begun to organize them. However, he could only get a few lightning falcons. He could not get any invisible falcons. This had always been a sore point for Chuyang. Compared to the invisible falcons, the lightning falcons could not hide themselves, and their flying speed was much slower. The first batch of lightning falcons can be used. Chengbai said, Try to reduce the contact between the people there and the headquarters. Don't do anything. Just wait for my orders. When it is time to act, I will immediately notify you. Chu Yang said slowly. As he spoke, Chu Yang's eyes looked towards the south. He thought, Did Du Qing Ro give up on rescuing Tang Ascension? That king-level master must have come at an uncertain time. First, to assassinate, and second, to provide support. But when it came to rescuing them, it was still impossible. If Diwu Qingro knew that he had taken care of one of his king-level masters, what would he think? If Diwu Qingro wanted to rescue Tang Xiansheng, who would come? How many people would come? Pass down the order. Search the entire city for a seriously injured person. Chu Yang described Yin Wu Fei's face and said, "Tell the drawing masters to draw a picture and find this person. Even if he is dead, his body must be found." "Yes," Chang Ong solemnly replied and turned to leave. Chu Yang sighed softly and looked towards the west. The red sun had already set, and the setting sun was like blood. It seemed to indicate that an even bigger bloody storm was coming. The people of the Mo clan should have left after this, right? Chu Yang packed up and returned to Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Wu Qianqian didn't believe that Shermu's injuries had healed before he left. She carefully examined his injuries before she allowed him to leave. However, her charming eyes were filled with astonishment. Such heavy injuries, but they healed in the blink of an eye. This speed is too fast. What kind of miraculous medicine did divine Dr. Du give Chu Yang? When Chu Yang returned to Heavenly Armament Pavilion, little Luo was already anxiously waiting for him. Now, Mo Qing Wu felt more and more that Uncle Mo Chengyu was too boring. Brother Chu Yang was the best. Not only did he play with her every time, but he also brought back good things every time he came back. Mo Chengyu's injuries were also much better. He did not look as haggard as before, and his face had some color. This proved that with the help of Chu Yang's medicine, Mo Chengyu's injuries were slowly getting better. However, Mo Chengyu's face was getting gloomier and gloomier by the day. He would often sigh to himself. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would bring Mo Qingwu back to the clan. What would the clan do to Mo Qingwu's 3 Yin meridian being crippled? How would he treat this young lady whom he had personally watched grow up? With the ruthlessness of the clan, Mo Chengyu could almost imagine what kind of treatment Mo Qingwu would receive when she returned home. Even though he had Chu Yang's dreaming of a gentle dance saber as a bargaining chip, however, the situation was still not optimistic. What Mo Chengyu was most afraid of was that the Mo clan would take away this saber. Even though he had promised Chu Yang that he would be able to do so, his heart was not the least bit confident. Would the clan allow such a peerless saber to remain in the hands of a useless young lady? Thinking about this, Mo Qingyu's heart was in turmoil. He could not stop sighing. Even though Chu Yang was extremely smart, he did not come from a great clan. People who did not come from a great clan would never understand how important the word clan was in the hearts of the younger members of a great clan. Also, where were the 2 young masters that came with him? Senior Mo, Chu Yang carried Mo Qingwu and came in front of Mo Chengyu. Mo Qingwu was wearing a red dress. She was holding a tonghulu and eating it with relish. "Brother Chu," Mo Wei Yu forced a smile. "Why are you so happy today?" "There are some things that will make you happy if I tell you." Chu Yang smiled. "Let me tell you some good news. The Mo clan's Sword King fought with an unknown king level master. The Sword King was seriously injured. Almost all of his bones were broken. As for the Sword King's subordinates, 2 of them died and 4 of them were heavily injured. Who is that king level master? How are his injuries?" Mo Chengyu asked anxiously. When he heard this news, his first reaction was not joy or joy. Instead, he was worried about the injuries of that king level master. Mo Chengyu guessed that this unknown king level master could be a brother of his clan. His concern for his brother overshadowed his excitement when he heard that the enemy was injured. To achieve such a result, unless the enemy was 2 grades higher than the enemy, the only way was to use a mutual destruction tactic. Mo Chengyu thought about the other 3 king level brothers that came with him. None of them were 2 grades higher than the Sword King. When he heard this news, how could he not be worried? Chu Yang secretly nodded. This Mo Chengyu was indeed a loyal person. When he heard this news, his first reaction was to worry about his companions. That king-level master took 7 or 8 strikes from the Sword King. Each strike went through his body. Even though he tried his best to avoid being hit in the heart, his chances of survival are very low. Chu Yang said slowly, Mo Chengyu fiercely punched the ground. With a painful expression, he said, I don't know which brother it was. That king-level master is not from your Mo clan. Chu Yang smiled and said, he is from Great Zhao's Golden Horse Riders Department. He came to assassinate me, but I replaced him with someone else. Really? Ha 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 ha. Mo Chenyu's spirit was lifted. He could not help but smile. Suddenly he said, that's not right. Why would a king-level master want to assassinate you? Plus, how could a king-level master assassinate the wrong person? That's not right. Of course, there is a reason. Chu Yang smiled mysteriously. How many days do you need to recover from your injuries? He changed the topic. Right now, the most important thing is that my meridians are blocked. If I want to open them one by one and recover my fighting strength, I am afraid it will take at least half a month. Mo Chengyu said listlessly, It's okay. You can slowly recover. There is no need to rush. Chu Yang comforted him. The two of them looked at each other and smiled at the same time. They were very clear about each other's thoughts. For every day that Mo Chengyu did not recover, Mo Chengwu would have to stay with Chu Yang. This was a result that Chu Yang could not ask for more. I have time today. I remember there are 2 saber moves that I can teach Xiao Wu. Chu Yang smiled and said, although these moves are not connected and are incomplete, their power is not small. They may not be as good as your clan's, but they are still my good intentions. Mo Chenyu's face became serious. He bowed deeply and said, Thank you, Brother Chu. In this era, every martial artist treasured their own unique martial arts as much as their own lives. They were afraid that if they taught it to someone else and knew too much, the enemy would be able to figure out their flaws. Other than master and disciple, very few people would be able to show their martial arts to others. Although Mo Chengyu thought that Chu Yang's cultivation was low and he might not have any good moves, it was rare for him to have such good intentions. The saber move that Chu Yang wanted to teach Mo Chengwu was the first move of the tribulation sword technique. 1 cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. This move, after being modified by Chu Yang, turned into a saber move that had 2 moves. 1 move was for defense and the other for offense. Although it was not as good as a sword move, using a saber move was much more difficult to master. If it was purely for defense, as long as the difference in power between the 2 sides was not too great, then Mo Chengwu's safety would be guaranteed. Chu Yang took Mo Chengwu to learn saber moves. Mo Chengwu was alone in the secret chamber, deep in thought. Chu Yang had already said that he would only teach this saber move to Mo Chengwu. His words were very clear. No one else should know about it. Therefore, even though Mo Chengwu was Mo Chengwu's guardian, he could not just watch from the side. Mo Chengwu was thinking, this Chu Yang was able to make Golden Horse Riders Department send a king-level master to assassinate him. It seems like his identity in Luyun country is very important. But what is his position? Is he a relative of the royal family? Even though he was saved by Chu Yang, he did not know Chu Yang's identity. Not long after, Mo Chengyu's heart began to ache. He always thought that Chu Yang's love for Mo Chengwu exceeded everything else. But today he was greatly surprised. Chu Yang's strictness towards Mo Chengwu was comparable to his love for her. Wrong. How do you hold the saber? The edge of the saber should be facing outwards. Again. Again. Idiot. Practice again. Practice 10 times. Why can't you remember? What's wrong with you? Why can't you hold such a light saber? Did you not eat? You are really stupid. Hurry up. Don't cry. Do it again. If you can't remember, I'll spank you. Pa. Pa. Woo woo woo. Don't cry. Practice again. You are even stupider than a pig. Chu Yang's roars and the little miss's cries of grievance were heard continuously. And Mo Chunyu's heart was in pain, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. When had the little miss ever been scolded so harshly? Chu Yang had no choice but to do so. With Mo Chunyu's recovery, the date of his departure from Mo Chingwu was getting closer and closer. Once she returned, Mo Chingwu would have to face the harshness of the clan. Even if she had a saber, it could not replace her talent. The saber moves he taught Mo Chingwu could be used as a defensive trump card. It would be a surprise attack. If someone bullied her, or if the clan had a martial arts competition, she would be invincible. This was the only thing Chu Yang could do for Mo Chingwu. Time was of the essence. If she did not practice in the next few days, the little girl would not be able to handle the changes in the clan. How could she practice the saber? Therefore, Chu Yang had to be strict. Even if his heart ached, he had to keep a straight face and continue to urge her. Finally, it was over. Mo Chingwu could not wait to rush in. When he saw Mo Chingwu's tear-stained face, he could not help but feel distressed. He hugged her and asked, "Little miss, are you tired? Do you want me to beat him up?" "No." Mo Chingwu unexpectedly shook her head. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but she said firmly, "Brother Chu Yang is doing this for my own good." This sentence made Mo Chingwu surprised and happy. He could only say that the little miss had grown up. The night quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye it was dawn. Chapter 144. When Diwu Qingro woke up, he was immediately notified. The first king-level leader of the Golden Horse Riders Department had been waiting in the study for more than 2 hours. Official Han, Official Qing, and Official Qing had also been waiting in the study for a long time. Diwu Qingro slightly frowned. He leisurely ate his breakfast and then went to the study. This was Diwu Qingro. He always believed that no matter how big the matter was, he could not lose his sense of propriety. Whatever he needed to do, he would do it. He had to leave time for careful consideration. No matter what, he could not make a hasty decision. If he was hasty, there would be mistakes. Diwu Qingro would not allow himself to make any mistakes. Seeing Diwu Qingro enter the study, the 4 people sitting inside stood up at the same time. "Prime Minister!" Sit down." Diwu Qingro smiled and nodded. He came to his seat and slowly sat down. Then he said, "King-level leader Jing, what matter has caused you to lose your sense of propriety? After so many years, this is the first time." Sitting opposite him was an old man of about 10 years old. He looked very scholarly. His face was white, his hair was white, and his beard was white. His eyes were calm and wise. He was like a learned scholar. Just by looking at his face, no one would have thought that this kind-looking old man was the first king-level leader of the Golden Horse Riders Department, a king-level master, Jing Menghun. Jing Menghun smiled bitterly and said, "The news came too suddenly. I was also caught off guard. I was worried and confused." "Oh, worried and confused? Is it news from king-level leader Yin?" Diwu Qingro slowly picked up the teacup in front of him and gently blew the tea leaves on the surface. He said softly, "What happened to Yin Wu Fa?" Han Buchu and the others had an admiring expression on their faces. Diwu Qingro did not know what had happened, but when he saw Yin Wu Fa, he immediately guessed that something had happened to Yin Wu Fa. This kind of keen intuition and deductive ability was rare. The news came. Yin Wu Fa was seriously injured. His life is at stake. Jing Menghun took a deep breath. His face was heavy as he said, "He fought with King of Hell Chu on the street. Both sides were seriously injured." "King of Hell Chu?" He fought with king-level leader Yin, and both sides were seriously injured. Diwu Qing Ro's complexion finally changed. He stopped blowing the tea powder and said thoughtfully, "King of Hell Chu has such an ability." The other three people also exposed a doubtful look on their faces. Even Jing Menghun's face looked somewhat depressed. Even though King of Hell Chu was mysterious and unpredictable, no one would have thought that King of Hell Chu would have the ability to fight against Yin Wu Fa. Yin Wu Fa is a king-level master. This letter was written by Yin Wu Fa in one breath. Jing Menghun took out a piece of paper stained with blood. Just by looking at this piece of paper, one could imagine the severity of Yin Wu Fa's injuries. Diwu Qing Ro did not immediately take the paper. Instead, he frowned. Yin Wu Fa is seriously injured. Why is he still writing? Could it be that the two revered martial artists who went with him had already died? Is there no one else beside him? No, it's just that the real King of Hell Chu is different from the one we have in our intelligence reports. Jing Menghun helplessly said, "We've been deceived by King of Hell Chu. None of the information we have about him is true. All fake?" Diwu Qing Ro finally nodded. Han Bu-chu took the paper and handed it to Diwu Qing Ro. Big brother, above. From the first sentence, it was clear that this letter was written by Yin Wu Fa to Jing Menghun. Little brother is dying in Iron Cloud, but the enemy is cunning. It is hard to tell the truth. Diwu Qing Ro's complexion became serious after hearing this. Official Chu is extremely cunning. Everyone thinks Official Chu is young, but they do not know his true appearance. Yin Wu Fa's description was extremely detailed. It was a summary of everything Chu Yang had told him about the king-level masters of the Heimo clan. Now I know that rumors cannot be trusted. King of Hell Chu is actually a king-level master of the sword. Little brother fought with him at the Cloud Gate. Both sides were injured. Little brother was hit by his sword. Official Chu received 11 attacks from me. His bones should be broken, and his life should be in danger. This is the best time to get rid of future troubles. Official Chu should have more than 10 revered martial artists by his side. His strength is very strong. This does not match the information. Iron Cloud's intelligence network has almost collapsed. King of Hell Chu has already killed 70% of them. If he is not eliminated, he will become a big problem. Yin Wu Fa's letter made Diwu Qing Ro frown. Yin Wu Fa's information was as unbelievable as the night of the Arabian Nights. The information in his hands should not be false. But this letter was information that Yin Wu Fa used his life to exchange for. What is going on? King of Hell Chu is a king-level master? And a king-level master at that. Isn't this too absurd? Too absurd. Diwu Qing Ro snorted and said, "Everyone, tell me what you think." Jing Menghun coughed and said, "I also thought so at first, but the blood letter is still fresh in my mind. This cannot be King of Hell Chu's plan. Plus, King of Hell Chu does not have the ability to capture third brother." As soon as he said this, everyone nodded in agreement. If he wanted to create such a letter with Yin Wu Fa seal, he would have to capture Yin Wu Fa to do it. With Yin Wu Fa's king-level strength, even if he could not win, he could still escape. Plus, for a master of this level, even if there was no hope, he would still choose to die in battle. He would not be captured. It was easy for an emperor-level expert to kill a king-level expert. However, the possibility of capturing a king-level expert alive wasn't very high. I think. Gao Shen coughed and said, "There are many things in this blood letter that can be discussed. For example, we all know that King of Hell Chu is trying to mislead us. But there is one point that should be true. After Chu Yang left Beyond the Heavens sect, he joined Du Shi Qing's group. Plus, he met Tai Butian in front of Iron Cloud Citadel. After Tai Butian returned, She immediately sent people to look for him. We've investigated no less than 30 people before, and they all confirmed this point. Furthermore, the Fire Saber Grandmaster, Gao, Wei Qing also confirmed this point. After Chu Yang entered Iron Cloud Citadel, Taibu Tian sent Wu Qianqian from Beyond the Heavens sect to invite him. Since then, Chu Yang has disappeared from Iron Cloud Citadel. However, Butian Pavilion had an additional minister Chu. From this point of view, King of Hell Chu is Chu Yang. This point should be confirmed without a doubt. Hearing this, Jing Meng Hun's face sank. Could it be that the news my brother sent back after risking his life is false? But Gao Sheng changed the topic and said, but the news that King-level Master Yin sent back is also not false. This is news that King-level Master risked his life to send back. There is no doubt about it. Therefore, I boldly speculate that Butian Pavilion might have 2 ministers? Gao Sheng said thoughtfully. And Chu Yang, could it be that Taibu Tian is trying to mislead us? And the real king of Hell Chu is surnamed Chu. You mean, at that time, Taibu Tian already had a master, and Chu Yang's appearance gave Taibu Tian the opportunity to mislead us? Chun Yin, he frowned and asked, it's not necessarily a deliberate deception. I'm afraid that this Chu Yang has some kind of ability. Perhaps it's intelligence, or perhaps it's scheming, or perhaps it's his identity. In short, he can give Taibu Tian's other minister 3 things that he doesn't possess. Gao Sheng slowly said, only such an explanation can completely explain the contradiction. Taibu Tian's place should not be so strict, right? Han Buchu sneered. If there really are 2 ministers, then there is no reason why we would not have gotten the news. I also think so. Cheng Yun, he nodded and said right now, Butian Pavilion only has 1 minister, and this minister is not Chu Yang. This point should be true. The 3 of them each had their own opinions and argued endlessly. Diwu Qing Ro and Jing Meng Hun listened quietly. Jing Meng Hun felt as if his brain had turned into a paste due to these people's arguments. It could not be dissected. Diwu Qing Ro also frowned. His previous idea of King of Hell Chu's misdirection was faintly shaken. After all, Yin Wu Fa was injured in a direct confrontation. This matter should not be false. Why did this happen? For the first time, Diwu Qing Ro felt that his mind was in a mess. Listening to his 3 capable subordinates quarreling in front of him, his heart was constantly thinking, trying to sort out this tangled mess of thoughts. Prime Minister, no matter what this King of Hell Chu is, 3rd brother is in urgent need of help. Someone must immediately go and save 3rd brother. He is so seriously injured. If the medicine is not enough, I am afraid, Jing Meng Hun said thoughtfully. Jing Meng Hun's words made Diwu Qing Ro's eyes brighten. He said, that's right. Hearing is not true, seeing is believing. Hearing is not true, seeing is believing? Gao Sheng and the other 2 could not make heads or tails of this matter. You 3, have you come up with a plan? Diwu Qing Ro's expression became calm again. Yes. Gao Sheng took out the prepared plan and handed it over to Diwu Qing Ro. Let's follow the 2nd plan. Diwu Qing Ro looked at the plan and quickly made a decision. He said, these people must be very careful. First, we must save number 1. Second, we must save King-level Master Yin. We must let Yin Wu Fa safely return to Great Zhao. Third, we must confirm news of King of Hell Chu. The 1st and 2nd plans are not difficult. The difficult part is the 3rd plan. Diwu Qing Ro said, regardless of whether the injured King-level Master is King of Hell Chu or not, he is still seriously injured. There are no more masters in Iron Cloud. As long as we are careful, it is not difficult to do these things. Chapter 145. Among the Carriages. Changyan, he was sitting in the carriage. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something in his heart. He poked his head out of the carriage and looked at the north gate slowly becoming smaller. He thought about his home here. His parents, wife, and children were all here. His ancestors were all from Great Zhao, and he had been living in this city for 40 years. He could not help but think of a saying, born here, raised here, died here. Suddenly he smiled bitterly and thought, born here does not mean you can grow up here. Even if you are born here, does not mean you can die here. This saying was a bit wishful thinking. Just like himself, does not mean he will die in Great Zhao. A real man would die in battle. Why should he care where he dies? He could not help but recite, 8,000 miles away from the yellow sands, I have carried this body for 40 years. The wind blows, the autumn chill, the white hair, the clouds cover the sky, and the heart is cold. After reciting it, he felt that there was nothing new about it. It was just a cliché. He smiled bitterly and thought, why is the last line, the heart is cold? I was born in the Prime Minister's temple. This time, I am going out to accomplish something. He shook his head and sat back in the carriage. He did not record this poem. When Changyan he left, it was late autumn. The wind was bleak and the sky was crying. Dark clouds covered the sky, threatening to destroy the city. At this moment, in Iron Cloud Citadel, Chuyang had just finished his 3 challenges and returned to Butian Pavilion. He was holding a book and reading hard. Wu Qianqian looked at the tall stack of books on Chuyang's desk with a puzzled expression. She could not help but frown. She did not understand. It wasn't known when the minister had started to study diligently. He had started to study hard. He was so focused that he didn't earn a single penny. He was so diligent that he even forgot to eat and sleep. It was enough to shame the most hard-working scholars. Immortal Wu Qianqian wouldn't have been so surprised if Minister Chu had read a book about the art of war, or even the general history of the continent, or something like that. But this guy was actually reading books that were considered by scholars to be mediocre. Stories of talented women, legends of famous people, absurd stories of strange gods and monsters. These stories weren't long. They were made up by some bored people when they were extremely bored in order to amuse people. There wasn't much meaning in them. If they were used to amuse children, it would be a good use. But Chuyang thought. However, it was truly a little embarrassing, especially when Minister Chu was looking at it. He had a concentrated look on his face and was mumbling something at the same time. If one listened closely, they would find that he was reciting something. This made Wu Qianqian even more speechless. However, the most excessive thing was that Minister Chu seemed to be addicted to watching. He would giggle foolishly from time to time. Think about it, a person of high status, dressed in black from head to toe, wearing a ferocious mask on his face, holding a children's book and laughing foolishly. Just thinking about it gave people goosebumps, not to mention seeing it with their own eyes. Wu Qianqian felt goosebumps all over her body. Minister Chu was still giggling foolishly. The most excessive thing was that his mind would wander while reading the book. His eyes would become dull, and then a shiny line of saliva would hang down from the mouth of his mask. At that time, even his eyes would become somewhat lustful, to be able to look lustful while reading a children's book. What a high level of mental state! Wu Qianqian groaned, I can't live through this day. While she was dealing with the matter, a bone-chilling laughter came from behind her. If Wu Qianqian was not a girl and had good self-restraint, she would have already stood up and slapped the book on King of Hell Chu's face. Then she would have poured a cup of tea on him, pointed at the door, and shouted, Get lost! As for the origin of these books, Wu Qianqian was even more speechless. King of Hell Chu had used his position and power for personal gain. He had ordered those ferocious fellows to look everywhere for these books, sending a group of assassins to look for children's books. This was something that Minister Chu was very familiar with. Everyone had to bring 20 books. If they couldn't bring it, they would be punished by military law. Wu Qianqian had the urge to laugh so hard that she almost choked on her laughter every time she thought of those fierce-looking fellows carrying children's books in their arms with a bitter smile on their faces. This impulse reached its peak when Hall leader Chung came in with a mule of books. An old man with a face full of wrinkles was awkwardly holding a mule of children's books. Wu Qianqian laughed crazily. Once, when Minister Chu was reading a book, Butian-Tai came to visit. After entering the door, the calm and graceful Butian-Tai couldn't help but open his mouth wide and couldn't close it. Then he said something that made Wu Qianqian laugh until her stomach hurt every time she thought of it. Minister Chu is developing his intelligence. As the head of an intelligence network, an assassin leader, and the head of an espionage organization. Doing such a thing really made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The most outrageous thing was that every morning he came, he would say, "I forgot that story." This sentence made Wu Qianqian speechless. What kind of person is this? Chu Yang did not want the children's books anymore. Wu Qianqian had already thrown away a few boxes. The most outrageous thing was that not only did he like children's books, he also liked children's toys. He liked children's toys not for boys, but for girls' toys. When he sees a cute one, he will hug it for a while and daydream for a while. His eyes will be filled with lust. You even have to put it back when you leave at night. Wu Qianqian's heart was jumping every day, because every time Minister Chu finished his work, he would leave behind a sentence. "If you have nothing to do, go out and buy me a toy." Every time she heard the sentence, Wu Qianqian would kick her feet. The only thing that made Wu Qianqian somewhat proud was, "Have you seen King of Hell Chu looking at a book and smiling foolishly? I have seen it. Have you seen King of Hell Chu hugging a toy that is meant for little girls and looking like he is in heat? I have seen it. Motherf asterisk." Although Wu Qianqian did not say the sentence out loud, in her heart, for the first time in her life, she had indeed opened her abstinence. "Minister, someone wants to see you." Ching Ang's voice could be heard. Hall Master Cheng's voice sounded abnormal, as if he had a toothache. Yes, everyone who knew that Minister Chu wanted these things for their own use had the same expression on their faces. "Who is it? I don't have time." Minister Chu, who was studying diligently, said impatiently, Yes, it's the person who came the other day." Cheng Ang's face looked like an old man with a bitter gourd in his mouth. The refusal was very straightforward, but this person really could not be refused. This person was from the Hayemo sect and a king-level master. "The person who came the other day?" Chu Yang asked suspiciously. A cold voice replied, "Minister Chu, you're really arrogant, ah." The voice was cold. Before the voice had faded, a man in black appeared at the door. His movements were as fast as a ghost. Chu Yang looked up. He was pleasantly surprised. "Ah ha ha ha. I was wondering who it was, so it was you. Please sit down, please sit down. I was wondering why the magpies have been singing since morning. It turns out that you have graced us with your presence. Qian, bring tea, bring good tea. Bring my collection of good tea." These words were full of affection. The Hayemo Saber King almost thought that he had come to the home of a relative he had not seen for many years. As he spoke, Minister Chu affectionately left his seat and came forward to greet him. The Hayemo Saber King snorted. He was about to speak when he saw the children's book in King of Hell Chu's hand. The unlucky time was in a mess. This leader of Butian Pavilion was actually reading a book called Lily Dog and Dang Cow. Looking at the table, this kind of book was actually scattered all over the place. The Legend of the Sacred Fish, the story of the Emperor and the Singer, the love story of the three-tailed toad and the two-legged horse, the story of the 7 Snow Whites and the dwarf. Misty giggle. The title of the book is purely Du Jia. The Saber King was in a mess. In an instant his eyes stared blankly. He raised his hands and saw a layer of goosebumps on the back of his hands. On the side, Wu Qianqian lowered her head in shame and turned her face away. This is so embarrassing. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Minister Chu was also a little embarrassed. He rubbed his nose through the mask and shouted, Qian, why are you still not taking away your books? What will the guests think if they see them? Then he calmly said to the Hayamo Saber King, Sorry, ahem, ahem. Little girls are all like this, ahem, ahem. Wu Qianqian was so angry that her pretty face turned green. When did it become my reading? If you want to keep your face, don't push the blame onto me. But under King of Hell Chu's glare, Miss Wu did not dare to say anything. She swallowed her anger and began to pack her books. The Hayamo Saber King sat down with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. In his heart, he scolded this guy for being shameless. These books are obviously with you, and you even have an open book in your hand. How dare you frame a girl? But he laughed and said, No harm, no harm. All little girls like this. After saying this, even the Saber King felt his face turn red. Little girls like this, but that is a 7 or 8-year-old girl. This little girl in front of me is 17 or 18 years old. But today I have a request, so I can only say it. Wu Qianqian threw all the books into the box. She pouted and walked in front of Minister Chu. She pouted and said, Minister Chu, give me back the book in your hand. It is my book. It should be enough for me to fan myself, right? Ahem, ahem, yes. He quickly threw it into Wu Qianqian's suitcase. He laughed and said, The weather's really hot. This thing is holding a fan. She's fanning herself. Hey, she's really crafty. Chapter 146. Wu Qianqian pouted and left with the box. Only the two of them were left in the room. Chu Yu politely gave up his seat and personally poured a cup of hot tea for Chu Yu. He warmly said, Senior seems to have a lot of free time today. You actually came to visit me. Haha, I am flattered. The wind rises in the autumn. The clouds cover the top of my head. Seeing that it is snowing, can I have a cup of tea? In his embarrassment, Minister Chu suddenly had the urge to compose a poem. He acted like a refined scholar. Seeing the Saber King staring at him with wide eyes, Minister Chu coughed twice and said, The meaning of my poem is, if Senior is free, would you like to have a drink here? I understand. The Saber King almost collapsed and angrily said, Does he think I am blind? This guy's shamelessness is not ordinary. Just a moment ago he was lamenting about how hot the weather was, and now he is saying that it is snowing. What's more, could it even be called a poem? What kind of nonsense is this? Ever since he entered this place, he had only been shocked for a moment, then looked down on him, and now he was on the verge of collapsing. The Saber King picked up his teacup and took a big gulp. He was so distracted by this guy that he forgot his purpose for coming here. Senior, look, this tea is good tea. It is picked from the peak of Black Mountain. After the tea leaves were drunk, the tea leaves were dried by the tongue of a 16-year-old girl. From start to finish, it is untainted. It is called Black Mountain Tea for young girls. Minister Chu shook his head and said in high spirits, The most wonderful thing is that this tea isn't mine, not yours. The Saber King just remembered the purpose of his visit and was confused again. Yes, it is. King of Hell Chu proudly leaned over and whispered, The last time I went to His Highness' study, I smelled the aroma of tea. As I was leaving, I saw a box of tea on the bookshelf. Minister Chu's eyes sneakily looked left and right. Then he stretched out his hand and made a sneaky gesture. His eyebrows fluttered and his eyes danced inside the mask. So I conveniently led the sheep. The Black Devil King was dumbfounded as he looked at King of Hell Chu. 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. That's why this tea is so hard to come by. It's only because you're here, Senior. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have taken it out. Minister Chu said in a cordial manner, "Try it. Don't you feel the wonder of the mountains and rivers, the elegance of the earth, the faintness of the clouds and mist, and the fragrance of the heaven and earth? Of course, see, there is also the pure and natural flavor of a young girl. It even has a little bit of that cacique milk fragrance. Ah, thank you for your kindness." Lord Throne looked at the ferocious mask and listened to the creepy laughter. He suddenly felt that he was stuttering and his butt was on pins and needles. Even when facing the patriarch, this old man has never been this nervous. The guy in front of him was clearly a perverted thief who ate both men and women, young and old. The Saber King suddenly realized that talking to Minister Chu was simply a form of torture. He couldn't help but wonder if he had come to the wrong place today. "Senior, please drink some tea," Minister Chu politely said. The Saber King was speechless. "Senior, please have another cup," Minister Chu said again. The Saber King drank another cup. Please. Don't do it more than 3 times. You must drink another cup." The Saber King glared and drank. 4, great." The Saber King frowned and drank another cup. 5, 25, please." The Saber King's veins bulged. "Great. I just drank great." The Saber King finally couldn't take it anymore. "Minister Chu, I came here today because I have a request." "No need to say it. No matter what Senior says, I will do my best to help." Chu Yang laughed heartily. His laughter was hearty and friendly. "Who are we?" The Saber King had the urge to stand up and run away. "Can you not say it so intimately? What relationship do I have with you?" The Saber King took a deep breath. He tried his best to calm himself down. Then he slowly exhaled and said, 2 days ago there was a battle between king-level masters in the city. This kind of big event naturally couldn't be hidden from Minister Chu, right? When it came to business, Chu Yang also became serious and said, "Of course I heard about this kind of big event. Senior's companion seems to have been injured quite badly. I have even sent people to deliver medicine to them as a token of my meager strength." "Thank you, Minister Chu." The Saber King said, "My brother's life is no longer in danger. However, the enemy is still at large. In Iron Cloud Citadel, with our strength, finding one person is like finding a needle in a haystack. However, if Minister Chu helps, it will be very different." Chu Yang frowned slightly and did not say anything for a long time. When the Saber King came, Chu Yang knew why he came, but he felt that it was too much of a loss to help. Plus, the Hei Mo Saber Sword 2 Kings were the main culprits of Qing Wu's misfortune. How could Chu Yang be willing to help them now? But for the sake of his plan and the current situation, he had to do this. Minister Chu was depressed, so he naturally could not let the Saber King feel good. Thus, from the moment the Saber King came in, Chu Yang had been rambling on and on while maintaining a sense of propriety. Of course, the main reason for rambling on was because Chu Yang was worried. With so many children's books, would the Saber King think of the little girl? If he thought of the little girl, would he think of Mo Qingwu? If he thought of Mo Qingwu, wouldn't he be exposing himself? Thus, Minister Chu came up with a mountain of fog. Even if he was suspicious, he would talk until he was dizzy. But now, it seemed that the Saber King's brain was much worse than Diu Qingrou's and Tai Butian's. He was only a little impatient and did not have the slightest suspicion about the little girl. Minister Chu let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he also felt a little depressed. What was there to worry about? I wasted so much time talking to him. Now that they were talking about business, Chu Yang naturally had to think carefully about how to operate in order to get the most out of this situation. The Saber King was also depressed. If it was not necessary, why would he come to a secular country to ask for information from a family? This was too low of a price. The main reason was that after the Sword King was injured, Chu Yang sent people to deliver a large amount of medicine. At that time, the Saber King was out and did not have enough medicine, so he accepted it. After searching for a day and a half without any news about the enemy, the Saber King naturally thought of Butian Pavilion. If Chu Yang did not send people to deliver the medicine, the Saber King would not have thought of this. But now he could not think of anything else. Thus, he went to the Chalk sect to ask for help. No matter what, the person who hurt his brother must be found and killed for revenge, to vent the hatred in his heart. But he did not know that the reason why Minister Chu sent the medicine was to wait for him to come to the Chalk sect and extort him. Now that he was here, Minister Chu's wish came true. Why would he be polite? This matter, if it is done, it is not difficult. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. He was so angry that his eyebrows wrinkled like a lump of iron. This is great. The enemy came to beg me to kill another enemy that I would not be happy with. Moreover, I had to lower my voice and wait to be extorted. Oh, Minister Chu, if you have something to say, please say it. Senior, what is your name? Junior still doesn't know how to address you, so I apologize for my lack of manners. Chu Yang smiled faintly. We are from the Hei Mo clan. This old man is Saber King Soft Clouds. Minister, Chu can call me Soft Clouds. You can also call me Senior. As for my surname, the Saber King's eyes were somewhat bleak. This old man has not mentioned it for many years. Chu Yang nodded in understanding. The Hei Mo clan was one of the 3 Heavens clans. Chu Yang already knew this. Chu Yang also knew that the Hei Mo clan was not a clan, but an organization similar to a gang. Everyone who joined did not have their own name. They only had a title. They were all called Hei Mo. Only the strongest person could be called the clan leader. In other words, the Hei Mo clan. If Senior says so, then this Junior will naturally obey. Chu Yang frowned and said, this Junior is naturally willing to help Senior. Not only that, after the battle between the 2 kings, this Junior sent people to gather information. However, there is one thing that I am worried about. Senior's clan is strong, so naturally you will not think about it. But we are just secular officials. In the eyes of the strong, even if we are nobles, we are still like ants. Then the ensuing revenge is not something we can handle. Chu Yang said in a very honest tone, Senior's visit today is equivalent to giving this official a great opportunity. How could I not know this? However, it is also a great risk. Opportunity. Danger. Dao Jiang stroked his beard, his eyes flashing. Before he came today, he only wanted to ask for help. Why would he want to give this person an opportunity? But now that he heard this, he understood that for Iron Cloud, in order to help him, going against the Mo clan was a great risk. It seems like he has to pay a price. While the Saber King was thinking, Chu Yang let out a long sigh and said, Senior Sword King has been very kind to me. That day before Senior Sword King left, I still remember what he said to me. Such a kind senior being plotted against by a despicable person. It really makes me sad and hateful. The Saber King coughed twice. His old face was a little red. The Sword King was a murderous person who killed without batting an eye. But in the eyes of this Chu Yang, he was a kind senior. Where did this come from? Someone who can go against Senior's clan naturally has a strong backer. Chu Yang sighed. His words were vague. He looked at the Saber King with a burning gaze. This gaze strongly hinted to the Saber King. It's not that I can't do it, but if I do it, then there must be benefits. Let's see if you can move me. Chapter 147. This is hard to say. Chu Yang said with difficulty, You should know that Iron Cloud Citadel has hundreds of thousands of people. Among the 5 major districts, the noble districts are a bit easier to deal with, but the poor districts are like that. Even if 1,000 people went in, it would be like a fish returning to the sea or a tiger returning to the mountains. To find him, I'm afraid the entire citadel would need to be mobilized. The manpower and resources needed would be astronomical. If you can find this person, I can represent the Hate Mo clan and promise you one thing. The Saber King quickly interrupted him. If Minister Chu continued, the entire Hamo clan would not be able to repay this debt, even if they worked hard. Ah, Senior's words are not correct. How could I be the kind of person to repay kindness? Chu Yang said with displeasure, You are looking down on me too much. The Saber King was angry and thought, You are already asking for too much, and you still say you are not the kind of person to repay kindness. King of Hell Chu rolled his eyes and changed the subject. He immediately put on a business-like face. However, my iron cloud is currently facing internal and external troubles. It is really unstable. Great Zhao's Golden Horse Riders Department is eyeing my Butian Pavilion covetously. Plus, Golden Horse Riders Department has a king-level master in charge. This is very difficult. You want us to help you deal with Golden Horse Riders Department? The Saber King was stunned and said, This is not possible. His heart was bitter. This guy's first sentence was full of righteousness, but the second sentence was full of grievances. No, 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 no. Minister Chu said with foresight. However, in the near future, Golden Horse Riders Department will certainly take action against my Butian Pavilion. There will not be many people coming, at most a dozen or so. Senior only needs to help me deal with these people. Only a dozen or so people. That's more like it. The Saber King thought for a moment and felt that this was feasible. Killing a dozen or so secular officials or ordinary masters in exchange for the life of a king-level master of Mo clan. This was a very good deal. Then does Senior agree? Minister Chu wanted to strike while the iron was hot. He needed to make sure this matter was firm. I agree. The Saber King thought for a moment and finally decided. Senior is truly benevolent and righteous. To save the people from fire and water. To turn the tide from a desperate situation. To be so righteous, chivalrous, and courageous. This Chu admires you endlessly. The millions of people of Iron Cloud are grateful. Minister Chu was moved to tears. Damn, I've been worried about this for so long, and now it's finally solved. Yes, you can rest assured. Although we can't help you deal with the entire Golden Horse Riders Department, but if the Golden Horse Riders Department sends people here, I can guarantee that they won't be able to leave. If one person comes, one person will die. If two come, two will die. The Saber King said generously. Chu Yang laughed and said, That's right. Senior's divine power is matchless. Even if the Golden Horse Riders Department sent hundreds of people, they would only be able to create a few hundred more spirit tablets. Hundreds? Didn't you say there were 10 of them? The Saber King frowned. I'm talking about this group of people. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Who knows if 1, 10, or even 100 of them will come? This is hard to calculate. The Saber King was speechless. Just now, this guy said there were at most a dozen people. Now, in the blink of an eye, he flipped his mouth and increased the number by 10 times. Moreover, there was no fixed number. Is this a motherfucking human's mouth? With just one flip of his mouth, he can say anything. One moment it was black, and the next it was white as snow. No wonder he became an official at such a young age, and a minister at that. Motherfucker. With just this mouth of his, he could be a prime minister. When the Saber King left Butian Pavilion, he was practically running away. His face was ashen. After this business deal with King of Hell Chu, I won't have any dealings with him ever again. What a scam! In Minister Chu's mouth, everything seemed reasonable and legal. He would first praise himself as a righteous hero. Then he would praise himself as if he was in the clouds. But after a while, one would realize that he was praising himself. At first, he only promised him one thing. Later on, he didn't know what happened, but in a roundabout way, he promised him several more things, especially the last sentence. Rest assured, Senior Saber King. For this matter, even though we are not strong enough, but For the sake of the Saber King's crimes, this official is willing to shed blood, climb a mountain of swords, dive into a sea of fire, and even die 10,000 times. Is there a need for compensation? Is there a need for any conditions? Saying these words is not only looking down on myself, but also insulting you, Senior. Senior, don't you think so? We have always treated each other with sincerity, regretting that we didn't meet earlier. The two of us, who are we? Thinking about how King of Hell, Chu patted his chest as if they were brothers. The Saber King's legs cramped. Is this not a condition? Finally, King of Hell Chu's words made the Saber King flee. Oh, right, there is one more thing that is troubling me. Before he could finish his sentence, the Saber King hurriedly stood up and left. Motherfucker, you've already said 7 or 8 things that are troubling you, and I've already solved them for you. Now you still have one more thing to worry about. Are you done yet? Chuyang finally let out a long sigh of relief. Done. However, this matter was not over yet. There was still a follow-up. Since such a big meat pie fell from the sky, of course he had to catch it. Next, Chuyang went to the prison. The prison's security was the highest since the founding of Iron Cloud. But Chuyang still felt that it was not enough. Frowning, he went in. After looking at the traps, Minister Chu became furious. He grabbed a few people in charge and scolded. You call this a trap? Even if you were a hunter, you wouldn't be qualified. He scolded a few revered martial artists until they grimaced and their veins popped out. In King of Hell Chu's eyes, these traps could not be hidden from him. Plus, they were too weak to trap a master. In short, they were full of problems. One of them was from the Imperial Palace, and he actually said, "If we can't do it, then why don't you do it? Don't do anything, just use your mouth. Who doesn't know how to do it?" Chuyang coldly looked at him and said, "Watch." He removed the camouflage on the surface of the trap. Although he didn't touch the blade at the bottom, he smeared poison on it. Then he poured water into it so that only the tip of the blade was exposed. He even sprinkled some ecstasy on the water. Then he pulled a few tree branches over and propped up the surface of the trap with a schwa sound. After that, he waved his hand and rolled up some soil to cover the surface of the trap. Then he slowly extended his foot and left a very faint footprint on the surface of the trap. Then he placed a hidden device in the air to ensure that when someone stepped on the trap, a piece of the roof would suddenly collapse. Moreover, it was not enough to cover the inside with ecstasy, dispersing powder, and so on. There were also 10 powerful crossbow mechanisms on the roof. There were also many vicious traps in the east, west, north, and south. In short, this trap was a collection of all the vicious traps from the past to the present. And the most outrageous thing was that it was filled with aphrodisiacs, according to Minister Chu's explanation. Ecstasy, and so on won't have much effect once one's martial power reaches the level of revered martial artist or above. But aphrodisiacs can't be taken care of even by emperor-level experts. Everyone thought of the enemies who fell into the trap. Their lower bodies were bulging, their faces were flushed, and their eyes were filled with longing for battle, and they shuddered in fear. Finally, King of Hell Chu regretfully said, "Oh, it's a pity that I can't confirm the time. Otherwise, I could have arranged a few barrels. The weather is also cold. Otherwise, I could have arranged a few poisonous snakes and insects." Everyone collapsed. Everyone felt that this trap was too excessive. But it was still not perfect in King of Hell Chu's eyes after everything was done. Chuyang insipidly asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this trap?" "Satisfied, I'm very satisfied." A group of experts nodded like chickens pecking at rice. They looked at Minister Chu with eyes full of fear. How could they be satisfied? They were absolutely terrified. We can't fall into this guy's hands. Otherwise, it would be a fate worse than death. What's your name? Chuyang stared at the revered martial artist, who was still somewhat unconvinced. Chu Xiaobo. That revered martial artist said insipidly. "What advice does Minister Chu have for me?" "I don't dare to give you advice, but you can return to the Grand Prince's side," Chu Yang coldly said. "By the way, help me tell the Grand Prince that I can't afford to use his subordinates." "What?" Chu Xiaoba was shocked. "You heard it very clearly. You didn't hear it wrong," Chu Yang coldly said. "I don't want to see you again. That's it." "Why? You have to give me a reason, right?" Li Xiaoba glared and asked. He was a little anxious. If he was sent back like this, there would be no good outcome for him at Tai Butian's place. "I want to use people. I want them to obey me. I will never tolerate those who refuse to obey me," Chu Yang insipidly said. "And you dare to contradict me and question me. Then I don't need you. Could it be that you'd rather be treated like a yes-man than a master?" Zai Xiaoba was so angry that he didn't choose his words carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, there were angry gazes all around. "You're wrong. I'd rather have some mediocre people than a prickly pig," Chu Yang said mercilessly. "Now get the hell out of here. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you without mercy." Di Xiaoba's chest heaved up and down. His eyes slowly became red. He clearly knew that as long as he left, his future in Iron Cloud would be over. "You, King of Hell Chu, don't go too far." Chu Xiaoba glared at Chu Yang. "Don't regret it." "Kill." Chu Yang did not hesitate and directly ordered. "If you don't back down, you will be punished with the same crime and your clan will be implicated." Since this person refused to obey, then Chu Yang could use him to establish his prestige. He also wanted to let others see that even if they were the Grand Prince's subordinates, I, King of Hell Chu, would kill them, who would dare to be disobedient in the future. This was an example. Moreover, at this critical moment, anyone's attitude was related to the success or failure of this big event. How could Chu Yang allow such a person to stay here? He could not stay, nor could he let him go. He could only kill him. Chapter 148. Suddenly a gloomy voice sounded. "Minister Chu doesn't need disobedient people, and His Highness doesn't need disobedient people either." Before the voice had even finished speaking, a shadow fell from the sky, and a crown suddenly appeared. This crown was actually very solid. A gloomy mist suddenly shrouded the area, and instantly turned into a huge palm, slapping down on Chu Xiaoba's head. "Mastering." Before Chu Xiaoba could finish begging for mercy, he was already turned into a pile of meat paste under this huge palm. This happened so suddenly that the experts who were rushing over after Chu Yang gave the order were still in midair, but this side was already done. That big hand slowly withdrew and returned to midair. Then it turned into a thin layer of mist. A shadow floated in the mist and said, "Minister Chu, if you don't agree with me, then you can just kill them." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Please tell His Highness that I know." The shadow nodded in the mist and suddenly flew away, disappearing without a trace. This move of the shadow could be said to be a huge deterrent. Everyone was looking at Chu Yang. Their expressions had already turned into one of fear. Chu Yang smiled bitterly, thinking that Tai Butian had tried to be clever but ended up making a fool of himself this time. Originally, this matter was enough for Chu Yang to deal with. But Tai Butian's move, although clearly well-intentioned, had indirectly weakened Chu Yang's authority. If Tai Butian had followed his plan and let these people surround and kill Jing Xiaoba, the effect would have been much better than now entering the prison cell. Chu Yang looked at the curled-up body in silence. One of the prisoners was a death row inmate who had been tortured to the point that he did not look human anymore. He had lost the ability to speak. According to Tai Butian's plan, this person was to pretend to be Tang Ascension. But Chu Yang still felt that something was wrong. This is the best opportunity. Chu Yang silently looked at the gloomy prison cell and silently calculated in his heart. But to pretend to be Tang Ascension here is too dangerous. How should I think of a way to get the best of both worlds? Chu Yang frowned and thought for a long time. Everyone stood quietly behind him, not daring to breathe too loudly for fear of disturbing his thoughts. Perfect, all the traps again. The next time I come, if any of the traps are not up to standard, then the person who set them can leave. Before Chu Yang left, he left behind a sentence. But it was this one sentence that sent chills down everyone's spines. Over the next few days, Chu Yang was busy running back and forth in the mornings to arrange for the capture of In Wu Fa. In the afternoons, he continued to challenge people. His hard work paid off. Chu Yang's soft water power was finally beginning to be used in his moves. Although there was still a long way to go before he could integrate it into his cultivation technique, it was already a huge improvement. Furthermore, his cultivation realm was also constantly increasing. In just 5 days, he had already become a grade 3 martial warrior. This kind of improvement made even a king-level master like Mo Chengyu speechless. He had never seen such an improvement before. This was simply a monster. Every night, Chu Yang would teach Mo Ching Wu how to practice the saber. He would point out her shortcomings, and then he would tell her stories. One adult and one child, one moment they would be speaking harshly, and the next moment they would be intimately intimate with each other. The results of Chu Yang's hard work during this period of time were finally showing. In Mo Ching Wu's eyes, Big Brother Chu Yang was becoming more and more knowledgeable, no matter if it was in heaven or on earth. Since ancient times, all the fantasy stories, all the love stories, all the stories, Big Brother Chu Yang knew how to tell them all. Little Ching Wu was now worshipping Big Brother Chu Yang more and more. Although Big Brother Chu Yang's requirements for her cultivation were a bit strict, Mo Ching Wu, who was born in a big clan, knew that strength was the only thing that made people look at her with respect. If she was only beautiful, then she would only be a femme fatale, so she did not have any complaints. Every time she finished practicing the saber, she would listen to stories and play games. She would relax even more, and Mo Chengyu looked at one adult and one child, one talking and the other listening. They were all children's stories that made his teeth ache. His worries were getting deeper and deeper. If it was before, he would not have thought so. But now he had no choice but to think about it. Chu Yang's speed of improvement was simply inhuman. Mo Chengyu could imagine that if this speed continued, then Chu Yang could become a king-level master within a year. He would not have the slightest doubt. If he could maintain the speed, then he would not even need to maintain it. He could just slow down a bit. Mo Chengyu absolutely believed that Chu Yang could climb to the throne of the #1 master in the world within 20 years. The meaning of the world included the lower 3 heavens, the upper 3 heavens, and even the upper 3 heavens. Chu Yang's love for Mo Ching Wu could be seen at a glance. But this time, when Mo Ching Wu returns to the clan, would the clan believe his words and continue to let Mo Ching Wu enjoy the 3 Yin meridian treatment? Mo Chengyu was not sure. But one thing was for sure. If the clan treated the little miss unfairly, then Chu Yang's monstrous wrath would be ignited. Such a young master with unlimited potential was not someone any clan would want to deal with. If Mo Ching Wu was really wronged by the clan, then Chu Yang's current strength was too weak to do anything. But when he had the ability, then he would be a disaster for the entire Mo clan. How could Mo Chengyu not see through Chu Yang's character after this period of interaction? This was definitely a lawless person. Moreover, he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Plus, he was young and had no background, but he was already powerful in the lower 3 heavens. Who knew if it would be the same in the upper 3 heavens? One thing was for sure: if Chu Yang's cultivation speed was spread out, then all the clans in the upper 3 heavens would do anything to recruit him. With Chu Yang's character, he would not join any clan. He would only create his own power. Mo Chengyu knew this very well. But if the Mo clan pushed him too hard, then Chu Yang would take the risk and risk everything for revenge. There was no reason and no one knew why. Chu Yang cared too much about the little miss. He cared so much that he would risk everything, even himself. This kind of care was scary. Mo Qingyu had a feeling that if something happened to Mo Qingwu in the clan, then Chu Yang's vengeance would not stop until he was dead. Mo Qingyu shuddered and stopped himself from thinking further. But he was sure that if Chu Yang found out that he could not deal with the Mo clan, then he would definitely do something like this. If the little miss was fine, then the Mo clan would have a heaven-shaking helper. But if something happened to the little miss, then the clan would have the most terrifying enemy in the world. Mo Qingyu smiled bitterly. The problem was that if he told the clan about this, who would believe him? They would probably think he was crazy. Day after day, Mo Qingyu's injuries were getting better, but he was also becoming more and more troubled. When he found out that Chu Yang had unknowingly broken through to the 4th grade martial artist realm, this troubled feeling became more and more serious. It almost became a mental illness. There was also another worry. Mo Tianyun and Mo Tianji, the 2 young masters, were nowhere to be seen. There was no news at all. What happened to them? Time passed quickly and 3 days had passed. 7 days had passed since the Battle of the Kings. Chu Yang did not go out because the fastest speed on a horse from Great Zhao to Iron Cloud was in the next day. If Diwu Qing Ro's actions were fast enough, then by the day after tomorrow, the Masters of Golden Horse Riders Department would arrive at Iron Cloud. An extremely dangerous battle was about to unfold, whether it was in the open or in the dark. After this battle, Iron Cloud would be completely cleansed. The people that Chu Yang had already placed under his control would all be killed after this battle. On the morning of the 8th day, before Chu Yang could get out of bed, there was a sound coming from outside Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It seemed that someone had entered. Chu Yang hurriedly put on his clothes and went out. He happened to see Gu Duxing and a few people coming in. Gu Duxing's face was as cold as ice, and he stood straight like a zombie. When he saw Chu Yang, his eyes shined brightly with a faint trace of heat. "Big brother, Zhang Buxian." Gu Duxing stepped forward and bowed deeply. Gu Duxing naturally knew that he and Chu Yang did not need to be so polite and respectful. But this group of people had just arrived, so they needed to give Chu Yang absolute authority. Especially since Chu Yang's martial power was not as good as theirs. This action was absolutely necessary. Sure enough, this bow made the 5 people behind him turn pale with fright. Who was Gu Duxing? Among them, Gu Duxing's progress was the fastest, and he was also the toughest. He was also the most arrogant and unruly. But now, Gu Duxing was actually so respectful to this young man. In a split second, everyone felt a sense of awe. These people are the subordinates that I found. Gu Duxing stretched out his hand and introduced coldly. "Hey, Lonely, I already said that I'm only here to help." GMO shouted in dissatisfaction. "Shut up." Gu Duxing turned around and glared, his eyes flashing fiercely. "Do you believe that I won't beat you to death?" GMO shrank back and said, "Besides using this to threaten me, what else can you do? What did you say?" Gu Duxing shouted. GMO was speechless. This is GMO, a troublemaker. He is the 2nd young master of the Ji clan, and also the 1st young master Ji Wutian's punching bag. He has the temper of a mule, but he is very afraid of being beaten. Gu Duxing solemnly introduced. He also uses a sword, but he is not good at it. He is much worse than me. These words caused the 3 people behind him to burst into laughter. "What nonsense are you talking about?" GMO looked at Gu Duxing with a red face. "Can't you leave me some face?" GMO. Chu Yang looked at this pure GMO, and his eyes lit up. From head to toe, he was covered in green. Chapter 149. The 2nd young master of the Ji clan, not bad. In the memories of his previous life, He did not remember the name of this second young master of the G clan. But first of all, the 3 days he spent here was too short, and second of all, he couldn't remember everyone's faces. But for someone to be mentioned by Gu Duxing, he should not be weak. Why are you still not bowing to your boss? Gu Duxing saw that GMO was still standing there carelessly and could not help but get angry. He kicked his butt. GMO angrily rubbed his butt and unwillingly bowed. Boss! Not bad. Since you are here, you are a good brother. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. This is Luo Kudi, the second young master of the Luo clan. His nickname is Little Wolf. He looks lonely, but it is all an act. His biggest hobby is to show off. Gu Duxing pointed at a young man. This young man had a face that kept people 1,000 miles away, but his eyes were very lively. It could be seen that this guy was not as arrogant as he looked. Well, I have heard a lot about you. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Boss. Luo Kadi lowered his head and said, I was forced to come by Gu Duxing. This bastard has no brotherhood. I hope boss can help me. He actually started to complain as soon as they met. Well, you can't beat him, Chu Yang asked. I can't beat him. Luo Kadi was very straightforward. If I could beat him, I would have hung this bastard up and smacked his butt. Well, that's good. You can't beat him, so being forced by him is very normal. Chu Yang smiled and said. His words stunned all the second-generation heirs, especially Luo Kadi. His eyes almost popped out. Damn, this boss also has a lot of character. Do you want to force him back? Chu Yang tempted. Of course. Luo Kadi puffed out his chest, even in my dreams. He suddenly sighed and his chest collapsed. Unfortunately, it is too difficult. Follow me well, and I will let you have this opportunity. Chu Yang winked. Thank you, boss. As long as I can beat Gu Duxing just once. Even if you want me to be an ox or a horse, I will do it. Luo Kadi was really not polite. Humph. I will give you 3 generations of time. Gu Duxing said disdainfully. Then he introduced the third person. This is Dong Wushang. He is the second duke of the Dong clan. His clan is the only clan in the 3 heavens that uses sabers. This Dong Wushang, at the age of 18, was as black as a piece of iron. On his back was a scabbard as black as ink. When he looked up, Chu Yang felt as if 2 sabers were slashing towards his eyes. Chu Yang was pleasantly surprised. Dong Wushang was a name that Chu Yang was very familiar with. In his previous life, Dong Wushang was one of the 12 influential figures in the 3 heavens. The black saber of the black saber Qian Hao Xiegong, the guardian of the Dong clan, was this young master in front of them. After Dong Wushang had made a name for himself, he had gone through hundreds of battles, both big and small. He had never been defeated, nor had he been injured. This also confirmed his strength. Dong Wushang, this name. However, the current Dong Wushang clearly hadn't matured yet. Black Saber Clan. Chu Yang's eyes were as clear as water as he asked, Yes, it is the Black Saber Clan. Dong Wushang's eyes showed surprise. It seemed that he was surprised that someone from the lower 3 heavens would know the name of the Black Saber Clan. Because of their weapons, everyone in the Dong clan used an ink-black saber, so they were also called the Black Saber Clan. Very good. Chu Yang really didn't think that of the 12 influential figures in the future, there would be 2 in front of him, and they were his own brothers. This one is called Ji Butong. This little one came to me on his own. I didn't go to him. Gu Duxing pointed at a skinny young man in black. We know each other. I once helped him, but this little one always remembers and wants to repay me. It's very annoying. The moment I mentioned that I was recruiting, he came without a second thought. Miao Butong. Chu Yang's eyebrows jumped. Today's surprises came one after another. This Miao Butong was going to be a lone bandit in the 3 heavens. It was rumored that other than the lone traveler Gu Duxing, he didn't sell to anyone. He was a strange talent. No one knew his master's background, and no one knew where he came from. He had always been a lone wolf. But as long as Gu Duxing was in trouble, he would be the first to stand by Gu Duxing's side. Gang Butong was obviously a man of few words. He only grinned at Chu Yang, nodded and bowed. He was also the only one who didn't show any resistance to Chu Yang. Okay, let me formally introduce you. This is our boss, Chu Yang. Gu Duxing's cold gaze flashed across the faces of the four. Remember, whoever dares to be disrespectful to boss is disrespectful to me, Gu Duxing. Brothers are brothers. Heavenly Armament Pavilion's rules are Heavenly Armament Pavilion's rules. Whoever doesn't abide by them, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Boss Gu, don't worry. As long as you say this, whoever doesn't listen, I guarantee that they won't even have pants to wear in the morning. Ji Butong cracked a smile. The other three snorted weakly. During the 3 days, none of them were willing to submit to anyone. They fought with each other nonstop, and many times they fought until their heads bled. They didn't expect Gu Duxing to gather all of them together. Everyone felt a sense of absurdity in their hearts. Even Dong Wushang's Dong clan and Luo Kudi's clan were specially instructed to deal with them. They were the ones who had to be suppressed in this training, and the Ji clan was also the target of the Dong clan and Luo clan. The Luo clan was also the target of the Dong clan and Ji clan. How could they deal with this relationship? Coming here, there are no clans, only brothers. Chu Yang saw through their worries with a glance. He thought that Gu Duxing was really talented. He said that he wouldn't recruit these second-generation ancestors, but the ones he recruited were second-generation ancestors. None of these people were easy to deal with. As far as I know, when the young people of your clans came out for training, they all brought along king-level bodyguards. Why don't you guys have any? Chu Yang asked. This sentence was like poking a hornet's nest. The faces of the 3 second-generation ancestors were filled with indignation. What king-level bodyguards? With this young master's strength, why would I need bodyguards? GMO said angrily, That's right, when this young master goes out, I never bring along bodyguards. Luo Kudi spat. What is a bodyguard? This young master has never used one before. Dong Wushang rolled his eyes. All of you, shut up. Is this the attitude you should have when talking to your boss? Gu Duxing opened his eyes and exposed this mystery. They don't have the qualifications to bring along bodyguards. Although they climbed to the position of second young master with their own strength in their respective clans, they are all concubines' children. Oh. Chu Yang let out a meaningful sigh. The 3 people's faces and ears turned red. What is a concubine's child? Miao Butong's words caused the 3 people to grimace at the same time. Immediately after, the 3 of them pounced on Miao Butong without any prior agreement. They pressed him to the ground and beat him fiercely. The 3 of them had long disliked Miao Butong. This guy had been helping Gu Duxing to bully them along the way. Everyone was angry but didn't dare to say anything. However, once they made a move, they would be attacked by a group of people. No one dared to act rashly. At this moment, this small sentence actually provoked the 3 people's common pain. The 3 of them took advantage of this rare opportunity to work together against a common enemy for the first time. After the beating, GMO rolled his eyes and said, A concubine's child is a concubine's child. Motherfucker, a concubine's child is that old bastard's concubine's child. The concubine is my mother. Do you understand? You hate him? Chu Yang rubbed his chin. He felt that these people's thoughts were very strange. Hate? I don't hate him. GMO sighed desolately. Towards him, I really can't bring myself to hate him. The children of the Ji clan, our generation, is defined by the word no. Look at the lousy name he gave me, GMO. Motherfucker, does he want me to be lonely? but I have a lot of old friends. These brothers don't have any hope of making a name for themselves in the clan because of their bloodline. Therefore, I've gathered them together. I hope that they can follow Big Brother and make a name for themselves, Gu Duxing said in a deep voice. As long as you can defeat the eldest young master, you can replace him? Chu Yang was very puzzled. He remembered that Emo-chan you had said that the Emo clan was like this. That is the direct bloodline. Gu Duxing explained. It does not include the concubine's child. The highest position for a concubine's child is the second duke. There is no hope for them to advance any further. Even if the Grand Duke dies, he will choose a new one from the direct bloodline. There is absolutely no chance for a concubine's child. Chu Yang said, "Oh." He really wanted to ask, "Then how did you, Gu Duxing, become the clan master of the Gu clan in your previous life? Could it be that you killed both of them?" "Okay, let's not talk too much, Chu Yang." Dong Wushang said coldly, "We can join Heavenly Armament Pavilion." "Of course, this is fine. However, the ranking needs to be properly discussed." This guy actually called out Chu Yang's full name. This was extremely disrespectful. Luo Kadi and Ji Mo's eyes lit up at the same time. It was obvious that these three had discussed this beforehand. "What did you say?" Gu Duxing flew into a rage. He felt extremely humiliated. His coffin-like face immediately turned red. His eyes flashed with an ominous light. His hand was already on the hilt of his sword. Chapter 150. That's right. No matter if it's age or cultivation, it's not up to him to decide. GMO chuckled. 1. Gu Duxing 1. I, GMO, am not someone who is afraid of death. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? The reason why I'm here is to see this person. If he can convince me and lead us into the upper 3 heavens, I, GMO, will recognize him as my boss without hesitation. But if he can't, even if you chop off my head, don't expect me to recognize him. 1. That's right, that's what we mean. He's the youngest in terms of age and martial arts. What right does he have to be our boss? Luo Kadi also clamored. Good. Very good. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. Gu Duxing's eyes shone brighter and brighter. His face was already green with anger. With a clang, the black dragon's sword was unsheathed like a furious dragon and was about to stab over. Wait, Chu Yang hurriedly shouted. These people were all talents. If Gu Duxing fell out with them now, it would be extremely bad. Besides, as the boss, if he didn't show some ability, wouldn't others look down on him? None of these people were people who were willing to be inferior to others. Speaking of what right does he have, I feel that it's necessary to say it. Chu Yang said indifferently, what right does he have? I'm also asking myself. I'm the youngest, but why should I be the boss? Every single one of you has a much more prominent family background than I do. Everyone's martial arts is also above mine. But here, you can only be below me. Why? Chu Yang looked at them with a smile. My advantage is very simple. Because I'm stronger than you. The 4 of them sneered at the same time. I, Chu Yang, come from a humble background. I'm also an abandoned child. I was raised by a master since childhood. In this aspect, I'm a little stronger than you. Chu Yang raised a finger and said, I have a master who loves me dearly. In my heart, he is my father. My master spared no effort for me. You don't have this. Although you grew up in a big family, although your martial arts are better than mine. But first, you don't. Secondly, I have a good brother. My junior apprentice brother is also my brother, but he is not here now. The only one here is Gu Duxing. Chu Yang smiled and said, You may be wondering why Gu Duxing listens to me. This point was also the strangest thing about the 4 of them. Or rather, they were here because of this point. Because we treat each other as brothers. Gu Duxing was willing to give up everything for me, and I can do the same for my brothers. I can put my life in Gu Duxing's hands, and Gu Duxing can do the same. Chu Yang proudly looked at the 4 people in front of him. Do you have this kind of pride? Do you have such a brother? The 3 were speechless. If they did, they wouldn't have taken this opportunity to roam the world alone. Among the youths of the Jianghu, who didn't yearn for the brotherly feelings of being willing to risk their lives for each other, that was what the iron and blood Jianghu should have. However, the environment they grew up in was filled with scheming and scheming. They learned from a young age to not trust anyone. They didn't dare to have brothers. This was because they were afraid of being betrayed. Their awkward position in their families meant that they didn't dare to have any friends in their own families. Brothers. These 2 words were the desire of all hot-blooded youths in Jianghu, but it was also the sorrow of the younger brothers in big families. Thirdly, I came from a humble background, and my background couldn't be any lower. However, from a secular point of view, I have already achieved success and fame. Chu Yang looked at the 3 youths in front of him indifferently. Firstly, in Iron Cloud, I already have a high position and power. 1 word can kill countless people, and 1 move can shake a city. And all of this was achieved by me in 3 months. If it were you, would you be able to do it? Chu Yang looked at them coldly. The 3 of them were sweating profusely. You said you have a high position and power in Iron Cloud. Then who are you? Luo Kadi asked in a low voice. Who am I? Chu Yang smiled and said indifferently, My surname is Chu. I am King of Hell Chu. King of Hell Chu. The 3 of them turned pale with fright. Even though they were from upper 3 heavens, King of Hell Chu had shaken the world. Since they came to lower 3 heavens to gain experience, how could they not know King of Hell Chu's name? He miraculously entered Butian Pavilion and massacred Iron Cloud Citadel. With his meager strength, he was able to fight against Diwu Qing Rose Golden Horse Rider's department without falling behind. King of Hell Chu's legendary deeds were already familiar to them. However, the 3 of them didn't expect that the legendary King of Hell Chu was actually this smiling youth in front of them. To be able to achieve such a feat in just 3 months, King of Hell Chu was worthy of everyone's admiration. These things were easy to say, but they were difficult to do. GMO and the others were very clear that they couldn't do it. My martial power was only 3rd grade martial disciple a year ago, but now, what do you think my cultivation is? Chu Yang snorted. He circulated his energy, and a green mist appeared on his palm. Martial disciple! This time, 5 people exclaimed at the same time. Even Gu Duxing's eyes widened. Sorry, peak 4th grade martial disciple. Chu Yang retracted the green gas and said with a smile, Of course, it's only a leap of 21 grades in 1 year. I also know that this is nothing to brag about. The 5 of them wiped their cold sweat at the same time. 21 grades in 1 year. Still not something to brag about? They didn't know that this was already Chu Yang being modest. He only increased 1 grade in half a year. When Gu Duxing went out to find you, he was gone for a month and a day. When he went out, I was a martial disciple. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, If your cultivation speed is faster than mine, then I will admit defeat. The 4 of them turned to look at Gu Duxing at the same time. They only saw Gu Duxing staring at Chu Yang with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. He muttered, How is this possible? How is this possible? The 4 of them were shocked at the same time. They all knew Gu Duxing's temper. He disdained to lie. He would rather immediately draw his sword and fight than collude with Chu Yang to deceive them. Just now, he had already done something evil. Besides, his current demeanor couldn't be faked. Could there really be such a monster to cross 21 grades in 1 year? No, to cross 8 grades in 1 month? This is too monstrous, right? 5th, I am stronger than you. Because I have ambition. I have lofty aspirations. I said before that our heavenly armament pavilion will charge into the upper three heavens, and we will charge into the upper three heavens. Not only will we go up, but we will also have the final say in the upper three heavens. Chu Yang looked arrogantly at the few youths in front of him. Can you do it? Have you thought about it? You only want to climb up, but you don't think about what to do after you climb up. What to do? The four of them were ashamed. You only think about how the clan is unsatisfactory, so you came out to relax. You only think that even if the clan is unfair to you, even if you are depressed, you don't dare to resist. You only think about how to go back after relaxing and continue on the path that the clan has arranged for you. You are a group of cowards. You don't dare to fight for yourself. You don't dare to do anything. You can only mess around in the upper three heavens to earn yourself the name of a debauchee. You can tarnish your reputation, and then let the so-called Grand Duke rest assured and not deal with you, so that you can continue to live. Chu Yang sneered and said, Anyone has the right to ask me why, but you don't. Because even if our clan is not as good as yours and our martial arts are not as good as yours, we relied on ourselves. We relied on ourselves and fought with our bare hands. Do you know, there is a group of remnant soldiers living in the slums on the mountain beside the heavenly armament pavilion. You can't even compare to them, because they fought with their own lives on the battlefield, and they can still be satisfied with poverty. You can't. Chu Yang looked at the three of them with eyes as cold as a knife. He smiled coldly. You want me to call you big brothers? Do you dare to agree? Do you dare? Second Duke. All of you are Second Duke. Chu Yang laughed. You are not fit to be men. You have the right to ask me why. The three of them were red in the face, and their eyes were about to spit fire. Chu Yang, you can look down on us, but you don't have the right to insult us. Don't have the right? I don't have the right? Chu Yang sneered. What I have done, which one of you can do, even one. If you want to stay and prove that you are not useless, then stay. I will prove myself to you, and I will fight with you for a chance to laugh proudly in Jianghu. Chu Yang paused and said, If you don't want to, you can leave. I don't want Second Dukes. I don't want big brothers. Because you are willing to be Second Dukes, you don't deserve to be big brothers. Fuck, I will stay. Jimo's neck was thick. However, if there is a day when I think I am stronger than you, I will still challenge you. Yes, that's right. This young master stayed behind to defeat you. Defeat Gu Duxing. Luo Kudi's face was red. Don't think that you have convinced me. I stayed to see what makes you a big brother, and what makes you say that you can lead us into the upper three heavens. Dong Wushang's eyes were as sharp as a knife. I wanted to stay. Boss Gu is here. Even if you chase me away, I will not leave. Su Butong laughed. Only he was the most relaxed. Gu Duxing let out a sigh of relief. He thought that Chu Yang really had a trick up his sleeve. He actually scolded these guys to stay. Stay? Is it so easy to stay? Chu Yang sneered. What kind of place do you think Heavenly Armament Pavilion is? You think you can stay just because you want to? Just because of the three of you, Second Dukes? Chu Yang emphasized the word Second Dukes, full of sarcasm. The three immediately became angry. Are you looking down on us? If you want me to look down on you, you must first understand, how can I look down on you? Chu Yang sneered. With your current cultivation? I am a martial, great master. GMO shouted as if he wanted to vomit blood. Same as Gu Duxing, a martial great master. Sorry, I am now 7th grade, thank you. Gu Duxing glanced at him. Cun Mo's face was full of shock. 7th grade, you broke through? Yes, the day before I went to find you. Gu Duxing crossed his arms. You are finished, GMO. Chapter 151. What I want is the heart of a strong person. Chu Yang said deeply, not cultivation level. As long as a martial disciple has the heart of a strong person, he can rise step by step until he reaches the peak. However, if a martial great master doesn't have the heart of a strong person, he is at most a piece of meat with great power. The heart of a strong person. The three of them seem to have understood something. Also, if you want to stay here as long as you acknowledge me as your boss, you have to listen to me. Chu Yang said sarcastically, "In my heavenly army, I don't need your deep-rooted self-esteem of two dukes. No matter what, I'm staying. Even if I have to insist, I'll insist." GMO sat at the entrance of the heavenly army and acted shamelessly. "Are you willing to listen?" Chu Yang frowned without worry. "Of course," the three of them said in unison. At this moment, the three of them had the same feeling. If they were chased out, it would be really embarrassing. All right, I'll do it reluctantly. I'll take it as doing a good deed and taking you in. Chu Yang said very reluctantly. "However, I'll say the ugly words first. If anyone can't meet my requirements, then don't be so thick-skinned when I tell them to get lost. I hate people like that. Of course, if they can't meet the requirements, who would be so thick-skinned to stay here?" The four of them looked at each other at the same time with an expression that said, "You'll be the first to be eliminated in the future." An invisible competition had already begun between them. "Very well, from now on, I'll give the three of you a chance to determine the winner." Chu Yang said slowly, "The clans in the three heavens are now arranging their seats. Of course, such a difficult task is not up to you." Chu Yang sprinkled salt on the wound again. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the three of them who were in so much pain that the muscles on their faces were twitching. He paused and said, "But here the first elimination round is a battle between the three of you. If it's a battle between the three of you, it's a battle between the three of you." The three of them puffed out their chests at the same time, their eyes burning. "Within a month, everyone will raise 1 cultivation level. Gu Duxing is included." Chu Yang said casually, "After a month, those who can't raise their cultivation level will be automatically eliminated and leave." What kind of competition is this? Don't tell me you don't care about the level of your power at all? Luo Kadi jumped up. "This is not fair." "You can leave if you don't accept it. You can also leave if you admit defeat." Chu Yang sneered, "Fair trial? You actually want fairness from me? Let me tell you, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. I don't care how you train. This place is big enough. Even if you train yourselves to death, that's your problem. I'll say the same thing. You don't deserve to be my brother if you can't improve," Chu Yang slowly said. "What about you?" GMO called out. "Are we the only ones practicing? Are you here to watch the show?" "Of course, there's also me. I am now a 4th grade martial warrior. Within this month, I will break through to the martial master realm. I'll abdicate if I can't do it." Chu Yang snorted and said, "How about that?" The four of them were speechless. Breaking through from a 4th grade martial warrior to a martial master in a month? Do you think you're a god? Let's bet. The four of them gritted their teeth. If he didn't gamble with such conditions, he would really be a fool. The three of them rubbed their fists and prepared to fight for the position of the boss in a month. Only Gu Duxing looked at the three of them with pity. "These 3 fools. I've seen him advance by 3 ranks within 4 hours in a single morning. Do you really think it's difficult to raise 3 grades in a month? It wouldn't be strange if he directly broke through to the martial great master realm. From the time GMO and the others started to rebel to Chu Yang keeping them here, the time was very short. Chu Yang's method was also very simple. In fact, Chu Yang didn't even play any tricks, because the methods he used were very clear. It was obvious at a glance that Chu Yang's intention was to keep them here. This wasn't a scheme, but an open one. However, it was these schemes that could be seen through at a glance that made GMO, Luo Kadi, and Luo Kadi willingly stay behind. They were even willing to pay a certain price to stay. Gu Duxing only understood this point the next day. Chu Yang's method was very simple. Provoke them, then use the competitive spirit of the young people, combine it with reality and their clans, and then set a trap. If it was just one person, they might have left long ago. No matter what Chu Yang said, they wouldn't recognize him as their boss. But there were 3 people here, and they were from different clans. The situation was different. These people were competitors. How could they be willing to show weakness in front of each other? They could die, but they definitely couldn't be defeated by the other party. Therefore, Chu Yang achieved his goal very easily. Moreover, he also established his own authority. He made these second young masters of the super clans stay behind. Moreover, he also gave them a good scolding. In Gu Duxing's eyes, this was originally an unbelievable thing. When the 3 of them started to rebel, Gu Duxing knew that this matter was irreversible. He didn't expect it to be resolved so easily. Good. Since that's the case, I'll accept my loss, Chu Yang said with a smile. In order to increase everyone's enthusiasm, the Heavenly Army will adopt a competition system in the future. 1 month later, those who don't advance will automatically leave. Yes, and those who stay, the one who advances slowly will have to wash everyone's underwear for a month. Yes, including underwear and socks. If one of them isn't clean, you'll be punished for another month. Everyone looked at each other again. Wasn't this too cruel? After passing the test, they still had to wash other people's underwear and socks? GMO, do you want Gu Duxing to wash your socks? Chu Yang asked with a smile. GMO's eyes lit up instantly. Thinking of Gu Duxing washing his socks, he couldn't help but laugh. He said confidently, I'll definitely make him wash my underwear every day. Yes, Dong Wushang, are you willing to let Luo Kudi wash your underwear? Chu Yang continued to sow discord. Dong Wushang looked at this cunning guy with hatred and said angrily, I want you to wash my underwear. I won't take a shower and change my underwear for a month. I'll stink you to death. No problem as long as you can beat me. Chu Yang snorted. Everyone, please take note. The first month is only a trial. There will be irregular missions. Chu Yang smiled and said, I hope everyone can withstand the test. Duxing, take out the rewards I've prepared and show them to everyone. Chu Yang reminded, Our divine weapons. Just take one. Gu Duxing understood. He walked into his secret chamber and took out a sword. He threw it in front of the 4 people and said, Here, take a look. After a while, the 4 people went crazy. Asterisk, asterisk. There's actually such a divine weapon in the world. Mo's voice rang out. He was a sword user. When he saw this sword, his eyes turned red. This is mine. Get lost. The other 3 people scolded him without holding back. You think you're worthy? Clap, clap. Chu Yang clapped his hands and attracted the 4 people's attention. We still have a lot of such divine weapons. Yes, we also have sabers. Chu Yang winked at Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang immediately felt his blood boil. There was such a saber, but as I said, this is a reward. Chu Yang said, Only if you really integrate into the heavenly weapon and do something that everyone is convinced of can you get such a reward. This is purely a temptation. You can ignore it, Chu Yang said. Who could resist such a temptation? Ignore? Fuck, I'm not blind. After the 4 of them looked at the sword, they all had the same feeling. Compared to this sword, their current weapons were trash. Yes, Dong Wushang, I heard that the sharpness of the dark saber has always been very famous. Let's try it. Luo Kudi took out the sword and challenged. Get lost. Why don't you use your own sword? Dong Wushang looked depressed. Although his saber was not an ordinary weapon, if it clashed with this sword, he was afraid that it would be chipped. This is my sword. Luo Kudi looked at this sword as if he was looking at his lover. His face was full of admiration. Gu Duxing snatched the sword and snorted. Yours? You can talk after you beat them. As he spoke, he took the sword and walked back. Looking at Gu Duxing's back, Luo Kudi, GMO, and Miao Butong's muscles twitched. They felt the pain of losing their hearts. There are plenty of rooms here. Each of you can find a room to stay in. I'm very busy. I won't accompany you. Chu Yang said a few words to Gu Duxing and walked out. The sun was already high up in the sky, and he still wanted to go to Butian to see what was going on. These few people were able to stay for the time being. Yes, as long as you stay, I can make you stay forever. Arriving at Bai Tian, the Saber King was already waiting. These past few days, he came almost every day to urge them. It was not that Chu Yang did not try hard. It was not that Butian did not try hard. It was just that they could not find that person. The Saber King could not do anything about this. He clearly knew that the person was seriously injured and could not have gone far. He might even have died in the city, but he could not find him. This was very depressing. Because of this, King of Hell Chu became angry more than once. The Saber King also saw this. Chu Yang did try his best, but Yin Wu Fa seemed to have evaporated from Iron Cloud Citadel. After a long time of not finding him, Chu Yang's heart became clearer and clearer. It seems that the king-level master in this citadel has many subordinates. Chu Yang solemnly looked at the Saber King. Senior, this is not right. I suddenly feel that the direction of our search is wrong. Wrong. The Saber King stroked his beard and muttered. He had also thought about this. After a long time of not being able to find him, there must be a huge network hiding him. But the Mo clan had only come down 1 or 2 months ago. How could they have so many networks? Could it be that the Mo clan already knew that they would be searched in Iron Cloud Citadel? This was clearly impossible. Chapter 152. Not the Mo clan. The Saber King frowned and muttered, Then who could it be? Our Hei Mo clan has not offended anyone else. We have not had time to deal with the other targets. Yes, if it is not a clan from lower heavens, where would such a powerful king-level master come from? Chu Yang was also muttering to himself, sighing and groaning. His eyes were filled with deep thoughts, and he was extremely conflicted. Yes, if it is not from lower heavens, where would a king-level master come from? The Saber King unconsciously followed Chu Yang's train of thought. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Could it be? Who is it? Chu Yang's spirit was lifted, and he hurriedly asked, Could it be Golden Horse Riders Department? The Saber King's eyes flashed with wisdom. How about? Chu Yang hesitantly said, Sir, I really want to say Golden Horse Riders Department, because that would provoke a dispute between the two of you. That would be very beneficial to our Iron Cloud. But it seems like Golden Horse Riders Department has no conflict with you. This guess is too far-fetched. This is not it, and that is not it. In lower 3 heavens, could it be that there are many king-level masters? The Saber King was very pleased with Chu Yang's honesty, but he refuted. Even if it is lower heavens, how many king-level masters are there? But if it is Golden Horse Riders Department, what is the reason? Chu Yang frowned and tried to explain. Golden Horse Riders Department is already busy dealing with Iron Cloud. Why would they want to create a strong enemy like you at this time? Dealing with Iron Cloud. The Saber King pondered. The matter of you dealing with the Mo clan is not a secret, right? Chu Yang probed and hesitated. What do you think? The Saber King asked, before dealing with the Mo clan, perhaps it was a secret, but now it is definitely not a secret. That is to say, with Diwu Qing Ro's powerful intelligence network, he should have already known about you dealing with the Mo clan. Chu Yang pondered. Perhaps it is like this. Let me think. What do you want to say? Just say it. The Saber King also felt as if he had grasped something, but he couldn't figure it out. Hearing Chu Yang's hesitation, he couldn't help but become impatient and said, Golden Horse Riders Department is your enemy. Why are you defending them? I'm thinking if it is Golden Horse Riders Department, I'm afraid there is only one reason to open the bottle. Chu Yang's eyebrows almost formed a straight line. You see, you are now in Iron Cloud Citadel, right? Other than staying in Iron Cloud Citadel, you don't live anywhere else, right? If I were Diwu Qingro, I would think, why would Heimo's people stay in Iron Cloud Citadel? Why don't you stay in Great Zhao for a long time? Chu Yang seemed to have grasped the main point. The more he spoke, the more fluent he became. The Saber King listened attentively and nodded. Then I would think, could it be that the Heimo clan and Iron Cloud had reached some kind of agreement? Chu Yang's finger gently tapped on the table. That's right. The Heimo Saber King's expression became serious as he sat up straight. If the Heimo clan really helped Iron Cloud, then it would be a big problem. Chu Yang said, and with Diwu Qingrou's personality, he likes to drag out the danger until it is too late, and at this time there is a heaven-sent opportunity. Chu Yang thought it through and suddenly clapped his hands. What heaven-sent opportunity? The Saber King's breathing became heavy. Finally, we are about to reach the crux of the matter. The truth is about to be revealed. As he thought about this, he suddenly realized and slapped his thigh. The grudge with the Mo clan? Yes, please continue. Chu Yang gave him a thumbs up. If Diwu Qingro thinks this way, then he will certainly attack without exposing his identity. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, our biggest target of suspicion and hatred can only be the Mo clan. The Saber King's eyes were now filled with something called wisdom. Correct. Chu Yang looked at the Saber King as if he was looking at a deity. Senior, you should really be in the officialdom. With Senior's divine foresight, this kind of meticulous planning, this kind of spinning cocoon in the heavy fog, the Saber King stroked his beard and said, Actually, this is nothing. The main thing is that the onlooker sees more clearly. Yes. Senior, you are right. Chu Yang kept on flattering him. Then he suddenly slapped himself in annoyance. I'm ashamed. Actually, I'm just a bystander. Senior, you're the one who's involved. I'm really ashamed to death. Haha. The Saber King kindly smiled and confidently said, However, this kind of scheming is truly amazing. A Prime Minister of Lower Three Heavens actually knew and dared to take advantage of the conflict between us and the Mo clan. Amazing. Huh. Chu Yang's eyes were full of confusion. He carefully said, Senior, you mean? You see, the Saber King patiently explained. He had never been so patient before. Diwu Qingro attacked us, so we can only suspect the Mo clan. In any case, we are already mortal enemies with the Mo clan, right? Yes. Chu Yang's eyes were pure. So no matter what, as long as we can't find the culprit, we will fight the Mo clan. The Saber King said, This way, Diwu Qingro and his people can hide forever. Moreover, we would have prioritized dealing with the Mo clan if we were truly Iron Cloud's right-hand man. The Saber King said wisely, Diwu Qingro really understands us. He knows that even if we help you, it is only a temporary measure. Once something happens, we will still prioritize our own matters. This person's mind is truly worthy of being called the wisest person. I can't believe you've even considered this. Senior, I have a question. Chu Yang was like a humble and studious student. Speak. The Saber King was in an extremely good mood. Although this matter is flawless, it is still risky. If any expert is caught or dies on the spot or is exposed, and is caught by us and recognized by us, wouldn't the truth be revealed? In that case, Diwu Qingro would have one more powerful opponent. Chu Yang asked with suspicion. From my understanding of Diwu Qingrou's character, he wants to be safe. He shouldn't do such a risky thing. Yes, this is indeed a problem. The Saber King frowned. Idiot, you can't think of such a reason? Chu Yang cursed in his heart. He looked up and muttered to himself. Could it be that Diwu Qingrou has a way to get away with this? But what method should it be? He should know that even if he was not exposed, his people would come in a few days. With the three sides facing each other, this matter would be exposed. This is really strange. You are an idiot. You can't even think of such a simple matter? The speaker and the listener were both interested. The Saber King was immediately reminded by Chu Yang's muttering, "This matter is very simple." I would like to hear the details. Chu Yang looked at the Saber King in confusion. The Saber King said with a sense of accomplishment, "This will depend on those people. If this bastard is exposed, then if I am not wrong, those people will definitely come to find us to explain this misunderstanding and give us some compensation." Humph. When he said the word misunderstanding, the Saber King coldly snorted twice and let out a bone-chilling sneer. Chu Yang looked at the Saber King with a flabbergasted expression and said, "Not necessarily. Such deep hatred. How can it be called a misunderstanding? Unless Diwu Qingrou has a miraculous medicine that can steal the fortune of heaven and earth and bring the dead back to life. But such a miraculous medicine is hard to find even in upper three heavens. Diwu Qingrou may not have it, right? If Diwu Qingrou has such a medicine, I would not be surprised at all." The Saber King looked at Chu Yang in disdain. "You're the Prime Minister of Great Zhao. Don't you have any life-saving medicine? What a joke!" "Hiss! If that's the case, then Diwu Qingrou's scheming is truly amazing." Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Then he shook his head and sighed in shame. "I'm not as good as him. I'm not as good as him. No. Senior, even if he came to explain, he may not be able to accept it. Plus, that person is not exposed yet. Why would he come to explain the misunderstanding?" Chu Yang took a deep breath and asked again. "You are an idiot." The Saber King looked at him resentfully and said, "Just think about it. If Diwu Qingrou sent someone to clear up the misunderstanding and give the Sword King a cure, how much sincerity would that show? With this matter as a precedent, what reason would we have to oppose Diwu Qingrou? Wouldn't we feel ashamed?" Chu Yang suddenly understood. He gritted his teeth and said, "So that's how it is. Diwu Qingrou, you are so vicious. I worked so hard to get an ally, and you actually schemed against me like this." The more he spoke, the angrier King of Hell Chu became. He roared and stood up. He was filled with anger and indignation as he said, "Diwu Qingrou, I, King of Hell Chu, am irreconcilable with you. You or me." His voice was like a rolling wave of anger, spreading far and wide. Many people heard this long cry of grief and indignation, which was like a heart-wrenching cry of blood. To be able to make such a cry, it was either the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. Such deep resentment was enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts weep. "Senior," King of Hell Chu immediately said to the Saber King in fear, "you must not be deceived by that person." "Nonsense, the matter is so clear. How could I be deceived? Little Zhen, do you think this old man is a martial artist?" The Saber King said gloomily, Yes, Senior is so wise. Ha ha ha! This junior's heart feels like it has been lifted from a heavy burden." Chu Yang was indeed relieved. Chapter 153. Luckily I succeeded. Chu Yang wiped the sweat off his forehead. This was purely tiring. This job was really not easy. But in the Saber King's eyes, Chu Yang was scared. He comforted Chu Yang. "Don't worry, I will not let them off easily." What does Senior plan to do?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Humph, do you even need to ask? Of course, I will kill them all. The Saber King's killing intent soared. That is too bad, Chu Yang hurriedly said. If they really had such a plan, then they must have brought good medicine. Senior Sword King's injuries are so serious. Chu Yang sighed. You really have a conscience. The Saber King's heart was moved. It would be best to trick them into meeting than pretend to reconcile and trick them into giving us the medicine. First, we will ensure that Senior Sword King's life is not in danger. Then, Senior and I will work together to catch a turtle in a jar. Let Diwu Qing Ro pay for the medicine and lose his soldiers. Let him know that in this world, there is always someone better. His self-righteous intelligence is nothing in the Hei Emo clan. Chu Yang viciously said, Yes. The Saber King stood up and proudly said, This time Diwu Qing Ro was defeated by my intelligence. If Diwu Qing Ro knew that I saw through his scheme, how would he feel? After he finished speaking, he looked up to the sky and laughed joyfully. Defeated by your intellect? Chu Yang's mouth twitched crazily under the mask. What the fuck? This is the first time I have seen someone with such thick skin. If Diwu Qing Ro knew about this, would he be so depressed that he would spit out 100 mouthfuls of blood and castrate himself? Then he would use the knife to slit his own throat and dig a hole to bury himself alive. This is really an injustice, Minister Chu. I have to go back and arrange this matter as soon as possible. In addition, the people from the clan that came this time must also participate in this operation. The Saber King's eyes flashed with killing intent. Diwu Qing Ro played us like fools. Who does he think he is? Motherfucker. If I don't kill them this time, I will not have the face to stand in this world. Yes, this junior feels the same way as senior. Chu Yang was filled with righteous indignation as he said, Speaking of this, it really makes one laugh coldly. The battle between Iron Cloud and Great Zhao is only a matter of lower three heavens. Why does Diwu Qing Ro want to involve innocent people? This lowly official despises you to the extreme. To implicate the innocent like this, what kind of wise man is he? The first sage? The Saber King thought about how he had seen through the plan of the wisest, and couldn't help but feel proud. He thought to himself, the wisest should be me. All right, I'm going back to prepare. You should prepare as well. I don't think you'll be of much use here, the Saber King said with a smile. Of course. With Senior and a group of experts present, this lowly official only needs to wave flags and shout battle cries to cheer them on. However, this lowly official is also basking in Senior's glory and has obtained a great merit. Chu Yang laughed and said, Senior, this junior would like to ask for your help. Chu Yang took advantage of the harmonious atmosphere to raise his request. Diwu Qing Ro is probably here to save an important person that we have captured, but that person is already dead. Is it possible? You're saying that I should find someone to impersonate him, and then take the opportunity to severely injure the person who saved him? It had to be said that under Chu Yang's subtle influence, the Saber King's intelligence was rapidly increasing. Now he didn't even wait for Chu Yang to finish speaking before he started to answer. Yes. Senior is wise, Chu Yang said with admiration. This junior was thinking the same thing, but I didn't think it would be so thorough. The Saber King laughed and comforted him. Understanding the world is all about knowledge. You are still young. It's inevitable that you can't think so far ahead. Yes, Senior is indeed wise. I admire you, Chu Yang quickly raised his request. Then, since this is the case, I'll leave this matter to Senior. I agree. The Saber King immediately decided and solved Chu Yang's problem. I will send someone over later. Is an 8th grade revered martial artist enough? Enough. It's more than enough. Chu Yang laughed, using an 8th grade revered martial artist to set up this trap. Senior, this is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It's too easy. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then this old man can rest assured. The Saber King stood up and said with some reluctance, "This old man has to go." He really didn't want to leave this place. In this place he was overflowing with talent. His mind was so sharp that even he couldn't believe it. Take care, Senior. Chu Yang did not forget to flatter him again. Yes, Senior's wisdom is higher than the heavens. Your plans are flawless. It's a pity that such a talent is hiding in the wilderness. Look at our Iron Cloud Nation's Grand Marshal. Haha, Junior, don't dream too much. The Saber King proudly shook his head. He was so excited that he suddenly felt like writing a poem on the spot. I am a man of Jianghu. I should be the soul of Jianghu. Killing without blinking is my route. He shook his head. Good poem. King of Hell Chu loudly applauded. Although this poem is only 40 words, it speaks of Senior's carefree and unrestrained state of mind. It also speaks of the iron blood of Jianghu, the might of the martial arts world, and the moral integrity of a person. It is as clear as the clear blue sky and the bright moon. Listening to it, one's heart would be captivated and filled with respect. Ha ha ha! How could it be so good? You are so young and already know how to flatter. A hearty laughter sounded. In this harmonious atmosphere, the two people winked at each other with a tacit understanding. The Saber King was in a very good mood as he laughed and left. King of Hell Chu's mood was 10,000 times better as he laughed and went in. When Wu Qianqian came in, she saw King of Hell Chu using a children's book to cover his mouth. He was laughing so hard that tears were flowing down his face. His whole body was twitching as if he was having a stroke. What's wrong with you? Wu Qianqian was startled and asked in a trembling voice, what was it that made King of Hell Chu this happy? This is too unusual. I just heard him crazily cursing Du Qingro. Did I hear it wrong? In order to keep the conversation with the Hei-Mo Saber King confidential, only Chu Yang and the Saber King were present. Otherwise, an inexperienced little girl like Wu Qianqian would have been able to destroy King of Hell Chu's grand plan with a casual smile if she were to be here. Ha ha ha! King of Hell Chu was still using his mouth to express his joy. His shoulders were shaking like a dog in the middle of winter. After a long time, he finally stopped laughing and returned to normal. What's wrong? Wu Qianqian was a little scared by his laughter. Ha ha ha! This question was not important, but King of Hell Chu burst out laughing. His laughter was deafening. Wu Qianqian covered her ears and looked at him with a face full of confusion. Wu Qianqian angrily glared at him. Then she heavily stomped her feet and walked out. She cursed in her heart. He's simply a lunatic. He's incurable. She had kindly asked him what was wrong, but he actually scolded her in such an unpleasant manner. Just as the Hei-Mo clan and Minister Chu were looking forward to it, on this evening, Du Qingrou's vanguard finally arrived at Iron Cloud Citadel. In the darkness of the night, they silently snuck in and went straight to Yinwu Fei's hiding place. It had to be said that Du Qingrou's intelligence agency had been operating in Iron Cloud for many years. This place was truly a secret sect. Yinwu Fei, the third king-level leader, was on his last breath. The two revered martial artists guarding him also felt like a year. How could there be any miraculous elixirs in such a secretive place? Plus, they could not find a doctor. At most, they could only sneakily buy some medicine and quickly come back. There was always the danger of being exposed without any other choice. The two revered martial artists took turns using their pure energy to keep Yinwu Fei alive. These days, the two of them were almost as tired as Yinwu Fei. Being able to keep Yinwu Fei alive until now was already a great miracle. If the reinforcements came a day later, even if Yinwu Fei did not die, the two of them would have died from exhaustion. The moment Kongshan Xan saw Yinwu Fei, his heart was in turmoil. His nose was sour, and tears almost flowed down his face. In Wu Fa in front of him was like a skeleton. His whole body was covered in blood. Fresh blood was still coming out from his wounds. When it came out, it was already purplish black. His mouth was open, trying to exhale, but he had no strength to breathe. It was obvious that he was on his deathbed. Kongshang Xen looked like he was in his 40s. He was originally a lone thief in lower 3 heavens. Later, because he offended someone he should not have offended, he had no choice but to flee to lower 3 heavens and live with Yinwu Fa and Yinwu Tian. During this time, the 3 of them joined Golden Horse Riders Department and became king-level leaders. The relationship between the 3 of them was very deep. At this moment, seeing Yinwu Fa in such a miserable state, how could they not be sad and angry? If you do not cry in this life, you are afraid of being sad in this life. These words were referring to 2 people. Kongshang Xien and the other lone thief of lower 3 heavens cried. If you do not see tears, you will not cry. If you see sadness, you will be sad. Sad Saber King Kongshang Xien. Looking at this name, one would think he was a person who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. However, only those who knew the true meaning of this name would understand how cruel and merciless this Kongshang Xen was. In this life, he did not cry, but he made others cry. In this life, he was afraid of being sad. Because he was afraid of being sad, he made his enemies feel sad. Seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, this was Kongshang Xian's personality. Third brother. Kongshang Xian quickly walked forward. His eyes were red. Chapter 154. How could these proud and arrogant young masters be willing to lose? Not only were they unwilling to lose, but they also wanted to compete with these people to see who would be the best. In their hearts, what was the point of competing with others? If they wanted to compete, they would compete with these people, because these people were the ones with the same status. Only by competing with these people could they be considered as successful. From a certain point of view, it could also be considered as a success for the clan, although these aristocratic brothers weren't very valued in their families, and when they talked about their families, they had an unconvinced and indignant expression. In fact, each and every one of them had a very strong sense of family. Whether they were playboys or mischievous when it came to the clan's benefits and reputation, they were more concerned than anyone else. These were the young masters of aristocratic clans. They were also the unique heritage and pride of aristocratic clans. You want to break through your limits? Chu Yang slowly walked in and asked with a smile. Nonsense. The 5 of them rolled their eyes. Your rules are so rigid. According to normal calculations, you need to break through your limits at least once every 2 days to be able to break through 1 level in a month. Breaking through one's limits every 2 days would kill you. But if you train like this, when will you be able to break through your limits? Chu Yang crossed his arms and looked at them mockingly. Are you all stupid? Then how do you want to train? Luo Kudi snorted and wiped the sweat on his forehead. The weakest among you is a martial, great master. If you waste your time in this kind of battle, how long will it take? Moreover, without the pressure of life and death, you won't be nervous at all. Also, at your level, as long as you have time to recover your energy, you will be able to continuously produce energy. Although it will not be as fast as the consumption, it will at least prolong the consumption time. Chu Yang said casually, and this kind of battle may seem fierce, but everyone has time to rest. Or rather, you don't want to rest, but when you can't enter the battle circle, it is your time to rest. This time may be short, but it is destined that you will never be able to break through your limits. This is a common problem for martial artists. GMO said, but what can we do? Only when we reach our limits, when we feel a kind of fatigue that is worse than death, when our dantian is empty, will we be able to take a step forward. If you say so, Won't we have no hope of breaking through? There's a high chance, but you're just stupid. It's just that I can't find a way to do it. Chu Yang snorted. I can break through the limit 3 or 4 times a day. This was under the condition that I was busy during the day. If I practiced all the time, I would be completely crippled. Do you know what crippled means? 3 or 4 breakthroughs a day. Do you think you're a god? GMO snorted. He didn't believe this. For a normal person, they might be able to break through a few times a day. However, as a high-ranked martial artist, they would be able to produce an endless supply of energy. It was already difficult for them to reach their limit once. So how could they break through 3 or 4 times a day? Pressure. You guys live like princes. What pressure do you have? Chu Yang said with pity. Then, can you pressure us? GMO squinted. Very easy. Chu Yang turned his head and shouted. Gu Duxing, take off your socks. Gu Duxing was startled, but he still obeyed and took off his shoes. Then he threw out his sweaty and withered socks. Although they were on the island, the moment he took off his socks, Luo Kadi, GMO, and Miao Butong all covered their noses and retreated. After a day of sweaty socks, the smell was much stronger than the smell of salted fish. When Gu Duxing threw them out, the socks actually stood straight on the ground. Now, the 4 of you can train by yourselves. It didn't matter if they were training their fists or their swords. In short, choose the most energy-consuming set. Chu Yang looked at this pair of maverick socks. His eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He raised his head and looked at the 4 of them. I'll only give you 1 hour. At that time, if any of you still have any energy left in your meridians and dantian, then kneel in front of Gu Duxing socks, stick out your tongue and lick them. Then you have to shout to everyone present, I, Luo Kadi, am not as good as this pair of smelly socks. Then you have to wash this pair of socks in front of everyone. Why is it my name? Luo Kadi said unhappily, why not I, Dong Wushang, am not as good as this pair of smelly socks? Anyway, it's just a metaphor. At the side, Dong Wushang immediately glared at him. 1 hour? How can an hour be used up? GMO shouted loudly. A few days ago, I was being hunted down. In just 2 breaths, my energy reached the limit. Chu Yang said indifferently, because from then on I realized that it only takes such a short amount of time to reach my limit. The key is just the pressure. Okay, you can start now. Duxing, you'll be the judge. After 1 hour, if anyone still hasn't reached their limit, then do as I say. If all 4 of you don't reach your limit, then do the same thing. At most, I'll contribute another pair of socks. The 4 of them pondered at the same time, squeezing out all the energy in their bodies in 2 breaths. Then, what kind of pressure was this Chu Yang under? They didn't suspect that Chu Yang was lying at all, because Chu Yang didn't have any need to tell them, okay. Gu Duxing laughed heartily. With a poof, a ball of mucus came out from his nose on that pair of socks that couldn't be more smelly. At the start, GMO and the other 3 immediately started practicing with bitter faces. If they couldn't reach their limit this time, it wouldn't just be a matter of failure. It would also be a huge humiliation. If there was only 1 person and Chu Yang proposed this method, he would probably fight to the death with Chu Yang. But now there were 4 of them, and each of them wanted to see the other make a fool of himself. Therefore, every time he practiced a move, he concentrated all of his strength. Luo Kadi, in particular, used almost all of his strength. Just 1 punch was enough to cause his face to turn red. He thought bitterly in his heart, why did you use my name as a metaphor? How can I, Luo Kadi, be inferior to a pair of socks? And it's Gu Duxing socks. In less than a quarter of an hour, Luo Kadi threw out the last punch with all his strength. His eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Then his whole body went soft. Chu Yang took a big stride forward and stretched out his hand to check Luo Kadi's pulse. He felt that Luo Kadi's body was completely drained. So he turned his head and shouted, "Luo Kadi has reached his limit. Pass." When the other three heard this, they immediately became anxious. "Damn, it's only been a quarter of an hour. Stand up. Continue to fight. Continue to fight like before." Chu Yang kicked this guy's body and lifted him up by the neck. He said sternly, "Quick!" I can't fight anymore." Luo Kudi rolled his eyes and hung on Chu Yang's hand like a hangdog. He stuck out his tongue and said, "I'm about to die, Gu Dexing. Take that pair of socks and stuff it in his mouth." Chu Yang snorted coldly. "Okay." Gu Dexing was overjoyed. He used a thin branch to pick up the dried-up ball and swayed it over. "No." Luo Kudi's eyes revealed a look of fear. Suddenly, he didn't know where he got the strength from. He broke free from Chu Yang's hand and ran away. "Chase! If you catch up, stuff it in his mouth." Chu Yang roared. Gu Dexing roared and chased with all his strength. He was in high spirits. Luo Kudi's legs were weak and his vision was blurry. He kept spitting out white foam from his mouth. He didn't have the strength to curse. His consciousness was also gradually blurred. He could only rely on his instincts to dodge and run desperately, suddenly. Luo Kudi's speed suddenly increased unknowingly. His originally weak legs suddenly regained their vitality. He ran faster and faster, twisting and turning. However, he still didn't realize it. He was still panting and dodging with all his might with his eyes wide open. Chu Yang gave Gu Dexing a look. "Continue to chase." Gu Dexing understood. He waved his smelly socks and continued to chase fiercely. Luo Kudi's pupils were almost scattered, but his speed was getting faster and faster. This situation left GMO, Dong Wushang, and Miao Butong dumbstruck. Other than Luo Kudi, who didn't know, everyone knew clearly. Luo Kudi had broken through the limit. Not only had he reached the limit, he had broken through the limit. In just a little more than a quarter of an hour, the three of them spat out a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. They seized the time to practice. If Luo Kudi could do it, why couldn't they? Thinking of this, the three of them practiced crazily. They were afraid that they wouldn't have any strength left for every sword strike. In less than an hour, the three of them collapsed from exhaustion. Then they were kicked up by Chu Yang one by one and rushed to practice. After more than an hour, the four of them were lying on the ground, panting heavily. When they were training to the limit, they didn't sweat at all. Now that they had completely stopped, the sweat on their bodies flowed out like a waterfall. Everyone looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. I just said that I broke through the limit 3 or 4 times in a day. Do you believe me now? Chu Yang snorted and asked lightly. The four of them were panting heavily, but their eyes were full of extreme surprise. Luo Kudi reached the limit 3 times and broke through 2 limits. Chu Yang said, "And the 3 of you cheated. You only reached the limit twice and broke it once. You are far worse than him." GMO and the others were depressed. This wasn't cheating at all. Everyone looked on helplessly. In fact, they even used the same method. There was nothing much to say. A loss was a loss. The most precious thing was that they found that this method could improve their strength. Everyone was very excited, although it was a little cruel, but which battle in the martial world wasn't cruel? At least this method didn't put their lives in danger. Chu Yang nodded and no longer paid attention to them. He floated to the courtyard that had turned into a mess and slowly got into a stance. The 4 of them were excited. They knew that Chu Yang was going to practice. They all looked at him intently. They saw Chu Yang's body move slowly in a strange posture. Then he suddenly shook violently from the bottom to the top. Suddenly, he shouted and punched out fiercely. The 4 of them could even hear the sound of bones cracking at the same time. Today is little in Chen's birthday. I wish her a happy birthday. Every year there will be a day like this. Every day I will smile. Haha, little Luo is very cute. Everyone, come and give your blessings. Let's have a lively time. Recommended new book. Heaven Feather City's latest masterpiece. Huaru's Bodyguard. A mysterious super young man with a mysterious identity. He indulges in a bewitching campus. Everyone knows who Heaven Feather City is. Everyone go and take a look. I believe you won't be disappointed. Chapter 155. Chu Yang's body was unexpectedly lifted up by this punch. He leaped into the air and suddenly struck out a leg. Then a crackling sound could be heard as he extended his leg. Chu Yang's martial power was naturally much lower than theirs. But because of this, GMO and the others could clearly see the situation of Chu Yang's martial power with their advantage of being a few levels higher. What shocked them was that Chu Yang had only made 3 moves. From his primary energy to his physical body, he had entered a state of overdraft at the same time. Chu Yang did not stop. He persisted and continued to punch. Every punch contained all the strength of his essence, energy, and spirit at the same time. The wind generated by his fists slowly weakened and became silent. Then the silent punches continued for another 30 or 40 punches. Chu Yang's posture was still the same. Chu Yang's breathing was so rapid that it made the people who heard him worry that his lungs would burst or even pant out of his lungs. After 30 or 40 punches, one of the punches suddenly made a faint whooshing sound. He broke through the limit. GMO and the others opened their eyes wide and exclaimed. No one understood this feeling better than them. This was a kind of feeling similar to a new life. It was like a phoenix returning to its nest and becoming a Buddha on the spot. Chu Yang's punches slowly became louder and more intense. At the most intense moment, it had already surpassed his previous punches. Then the sound slowly disappeared. Although his movements were still serious, they also became weak. Another limit. GMO and Dong Wushang looked at each other in horror. Chu Yang was still moving and did not stop. This time his breathing was even more rapid. The blue veins on his temples were pulsating as if they were going to burst out of his skin. His face was as red as blood. Slowly, with a whooshing sound, GMO and the others were stunned. He broke through again. Chu Yang made 3 breakthroughs in a row. After the last breakthrough, he slowly relaxed his body and calmed down his breathing. Then he stood upright on the spot. Gu Duxing and the other 4 people could clearly see that sweat was rushing out from his scalp, forehead, face, and hands. His chest and back were soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. Huge beads of sweat quickly converged into lines of water and flowed on the ground. Slowly, the ground where Chu Yang was standing slowly expanded outwards and gradually turned into a small puddle after standing for a while. Chu Yang opened his eyes. He shook his head and said with a smile, I didn't make a breakthrough. GMO fainted at the same time. In less than an hour, he had broken through his limit 3 times. What kind of shocking data was this? And this guy actually said with a gloomy face, I didn't break through. Still thinking about how to break through. They had also broken through their limits in the last half hour, but they were well aware that they had been forced to break through. And Chu Yang had forced himself to break through. How could they not know the difference between being forced by oneself and being forced by others? Old, boss. GMO shouted in a nauseating manner. Boss, how did you do it? Luo Kudi and the other 2 simultaneously looked at Chu Yang with sparkling eyes. It's very simple. Chu Yang smiled very easily. Every time before I practice martial arts, I have to think about the corpses in Jianghu and the broken limbs in the wilderness. I tell myself that if I don't break through today, then it's very likely that I will be like that tomorrow, lying on the ground and smelling bad. I don't want to lie on the ground and smell bad. Chu Yang smiled peacefully, so I can only break through. The reason was very simple and clear. GMO and the others all became silent. Forcing oneself like this was too cruel and too ruthless. A man should be ruthless to himself. Chu Yang seemed to have seen through their thoughts. He said in a heavy voice, "If we don't be ruthless to ourselves, then our enemies will be ruthless to us. We can endure being ruthless to ourselves, but if our enemies are ruthless to us, once is enough. As for the method of breaking through your limits, you know it. But I have to warn you, with the strength of your bodies, you can't do it more than 5 times a day." Chu Yang said solemnly, "We martial artists, especially at the level of martial great masters like you, have much stronger endurance than ordinary people. But you are also in the most critical period, which is to temper your muscles and bones. After breaking through the level of martial great master and reaching the level of revered martial great master, you will temper your internal organs. But during the period of martial great master, tempering your muscles and bones is the foundation of tempering your internal organs. If you break through your limits more than 5 times a day, your bones will not be able to bear it. This situation is not very obvious, but when your internal organs start to temper, you will find that your body can no longer bear it. At that time, even if you train to death, you will not be able to improve your body for the rest of your life." Chu Yang said, "This matter must be firmly remembered." The 4 nodded solemnly at the same time. "Okay, go and rest first." Chu Yang didn't say much. These guys were all very smart, so there was no need for him to say much. Seeing Chu Yang disappear from the room, the 4 fell into deep thought at the same time. A small martial artist could do something that they, as martial great masters, could not do? How could they endure this? They were simply too ashamed to show their faces. "Well, there is one thing I forgot to tell you. Every day after you train, you have to clean the courtyard for me. If there is one thing that is not up to standard, the 4 of you will wash my socks and underwear at the same time." Chu Yang's indifferent voice came out from the room. "Fuck! What do you know besides washing socks?" Luo Kadi shouted in dissatisfaction. "I dare to bet that when boss comes out and sees the courtyard in such a mess, if any of you can escape from washing socks, I will admire you." Gu Duxing smirked. He lifted his chin and pointed at the messy courtyard. "I forgot to tell you one more thing. Boss never jokes. Once he says something, he will definitely do it." "Ah." The 4 of them looked at each other at the same time. Then they let out a strange cry and rushed out. "Where are the tools?" GMO shouted. "Without tools, how can we clean the courtyard? Aren't your hands and feet tools?" Gu Duxing asked strangely, "How can you use tools to temper yourself?" The 4 of them looked up at the sky and heaved a long sigh. Everyone had an extremely strange feeling. Although they were not the first in line to inherit the family, they were still considered young masters. Now that they were here, they actually had to do hard labor? Thinking about it, they did not dare to be negligent. They used their hands and feet to clean the courtyard. They even used their palms to fiercely slap the courtyard. They hoped that when they practiced martial arts tomorrow, they would be able to clean up less, perhaps they did not know, or perhaps they were still conflicted about Chu Yang's position as the boss. But what they did not realize was that they were doing things according to Chu Yang's preferences. Moreover, they cared a lot about Chu Yang's opinion. It could even be said that they were very afraid this was a good start. Gu Duxing stood on the doorframe, acting as the supervisor. He thought happily. He admired Chu Yang more and more. He really did not know where this guy who was younger than him had so many strange ideas in his head. "Fuck you. Duxing, you are just standing there. Does your waist not hurt?" GMO shouted angrily. The other 3 also joined in the fray, denouncing him one after another. Gu Duxing laughed loudly and entered the room. Chu Yang went straight to the secret underground room. As soon as he entered, Mo Changyu impatiently greeted him. "The Hey Mo people are here." No. Chu Yang was surprised. There was a fight up there. Mo Qingyu's expression was serious. Oh, it was my little brothers. They were learning from each other. Chu Yang finally understood. He suddenly remembered something. The Hate Mo people were basically stabilized. It was time to let Mo Qingyu and Mo Qingwu out for some fresh air. With this thought, he skillfully picked up Mo Qingwu and licked her nose. He smiled and said, "Little Wu, Big Brother will carry you out for some fun, okay?" Okay. Mo Qingwu was overjoyed. These past few days, she had been holding it in for a long time. The most annoying thing was that there was only a temporary toilet that Chu Yang had set up. Although Mo Qingwu was young, she was very clean. "Big Brother Chu Yang, your body stinks." Mo Qingwu covered her nose. Chu Yang smiled awkwardly. He was in a hurry, so he changed his clothes and rushed in without taking a shower. When Mo Qingyu went out, he saw the situation in the yard and was shocked. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. In the yard, 5 people were working in full swing, using their hands and feet to level the ground. Everyone looked like mud monkeys. But when he looked carefully, Mo Qingyu's mouth could not close. The one with his butt sticking out and his mouth puffing out, using both hands to push the ground. Could it be the idle second young master of the Luo clan, Luo Kadi? The one with the nickname Little Wolf? The one with his feet carefully leveling the ground? Could it be the second young master of the Black Saber clan, Dong Wushang? The one lying on the ground with one eye open and the other closed, measuring the level of the ground? Could it be the second young master of the Ji clan, GMO? And the one with his feet stepping on the ground? Could it be the number 1 genius of the Gu clan, Gu Duxing? And the skinny one? Although I don't know him, but looking at his posture, he is not much weaker than the people I know. Could it be that Chu Yang gathered all the second-generation young masters of the upper 3 heavens to do hard labor? This is too awesome, isn't it? As far as Mo Qingyu knew, even if their own father ordered them to do this kind of work, they would only get the back of their heads. Yet Chu Yang was able to make them obediently work for him. What kind of skill is this? Is Chu Yang not afraid of these clans finding out and tearing him apart alive? Mo Qingyu was an important king-level master of the Mo clan, and he was also the protector and guide of young Miss Mo Qingwu. Of course, he knew the young masters of these clans, because the future competitors and allies of the Mo clan's young masters were these people. He had to remember them. Chapter 156. Normally, these people were called the protectors of the clan. They were not given the opportunity to get close to the core of the clan, but their martial prowess was nurtured at all costs. In other words, these people were the future generals of the clan. They were the future candidates to lead the charge and break through enemy lines. They were the future candidates to become elders. If Mo Qingyu could not remember and recognize such important people, then he would become a joke. The 5 people who were in full swing suddenly felt that something was wrong behind them. They turned around and saw the shocked, middle-aged man with his mouth agape. He had the same expression on his face. Why is the king-level leader of the Mo clan here? Why are you here? They all opened their mouths at the same time and then closed their mouths at the same time. They looked at each other and were all confused. I took them in. At that time, I saw that 1 old and 1 young were homeless, so I took them in. Chu Yang carried Mo Qingwu with 1 hand as he walked out of the room. Homeless? GMO and the others could clearly hear their jaws dropping. The king-level leader of the Mo clan was homeless? This was especially true for Luo Kadi. He looked at Mo Qingyu with a hint of hostility. The Luo clan and the Mo clan had never been on good terms. Even though they had never openly offended each other, there was always friction in the dark. This was because the 2 clans were too close to each other, within a radius of 500 miles. There were 2 great clans. For the Luo clan and the Mo clan, this was like a bone stuck in their throats. They had to spit it out. However, in terms of strength, they could not do anything to each other. At this time, Mo Ching-woo struggled out of Gmo's arms and happily called out, "Brother Gmo." Gmo was shocked. He rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, "Xiaowu, why are you here?" Mo Ching-woo giggled as she dashed over. Gmo held her in his arms. His joy was evident on his face. While he was talking to Xiaowu, he suddenly felt an extremely sharp gaze on his back. It was as if there was a knife on his back. Immediately after, Chuyang rushed over and snatched Mo Ching-woo from Gmo's arms. He said in an unfriendly tone, "You two know each other?" Gmo was furious. It was a reunion after a long time, but she was snatched away. He glared at her and said, "My mother is her aunt. Do you think we know each other or not?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Chuyang suddenly felt relieved and said, "Then it's all right." He scratched his head and grinned awkwardly. Then he put Mo Ching-woo down. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. "Just now I said that Gmo is the son of a concubine, but Mo Ching-woo's aunt could be said to be the daughter of a noble family. She was the younger sister of the clan head of the Mo clan. So how could she only be the concubine of the clan head of the G clan?" This seemed a little inconceivable. Could it be that there was something more to this? Chuyang muttered in his heart. At this time, Mo Chang-yu slowly explained why he was here. Hearing this, Mo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He walked in front of Chuyang, bowed deeply, and said in a sincere tone, "Big brother, thank you for saving my cousin." "Ha ha ha." Chuyang was in a good mood. "What did you call him? Boss? He is your boss?" Mo Chung-yu's eyes widened like a bull's. He pointed at Chuyang in disbelief. "Yes, he is my boss. What's wrong?" Mo rolled his eyes and said in an unwilling tone. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Old Mo, don't ask any more. This young master has boarded a pirate ship. You guys are here doing this?" Mo Chung-yu was still in a daze. Mo couldn't help but sigh as he thought about the past. He rolled his eyes and thought, "How could it be only this? If I don't do well, I still have to wash my smelly socks. But this matter needs to be kept a secret for as long as possible. It is too shameful." "Good, very good." Mo Chung-yu suddenly laughed out loud. He pointed at Luo Kadi and said to Chuyang, "Little one, train that little one for me. If he dies, I will take responsibility." Chuyang was sweating profusely. Mo Chung-yu was a king-level master, so he naturally wouldn't stay with these youngsters for long. After some small talk, he went to the lake alone with his hands behind his back. He wanted to feel the energy of heaven and earth to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, Gmo was happily chatting with Mo Ching-woo. From time to time, bursts of laughter could be heard from both the adult and the child. They were very happy and harmonious. Chuyang's eyes were burning with anger as he looked at him. The more he looked at this guy, the more he felt that he deserved a beating. "Brother Gmo, I want to have a martial arts duel with you." However, Gmo quickly regretted it. Mo Ching-woo stood up and pointed at his nose. "I want to have a sword duel with you." "A sword duel?" Gmo's mouth was wide open. "Yes, a sword duel. Do you remember when you brought a sword to my house during the New Year? Humph. At that time, you were very arrogant. You even broke my second brother's sword." Mo Ching-woo pouted. "Today, I want to take revenge." Gmo opened his mouth and swallowed his saliva. He looked up at the sky and didn't know what to say. Yes, a sword duel. Let's teach him." Luo Kudi and Ji Butong were cheering on the side. Dong Wushang also raised his fist and cheered for Mo Ching-woo. Such a beautiful and cute little girl. Everyone liked her very much. Even Luo Kudi, whose clan was hostile to Mo Ching-woo, could not bring himself to dislike her. Everyone was on Mo Ching-woo's side, waiting to see Gmo make a fool of himself. "How can I have a sword duel with you?" Gmo said carefully. "Xiao Wu, why don't I tell you a story?" "Sure." Mo Ching Wu clapped her hands. Everyone else sighed in disappointment. Children are so gullible. Looks like we won't be able to see the joke. Well, Mo only said a few words. I've heard it. Mo Ching Wu pouted. Big brother Chu Yang has told me. Then this, he's told me too. He's told me too. Mo broke down. Courtesy of Benja. Big brother GMO, you're so useless. Mo Ching Wu wrinkled her little nose and looked at GMO in disdain. You know so few stories, and they're all told by Big Brother Chu Yang. GMO was dumbfounded. He was so young. How many stories could he have in his mind? To be honest, it was already very good to be able to remember 3 or 4 of such stories. And these 3 or 4 stories were specially prepared for Mo Ching Wu. Once he encountered them, he would take them out and present them as treasures. Because he always knew that Mo Ching Wu liked to listen to stories. But he didn't expect that they were all outdated. GMO straightened up with a long face and looked at Chu Yang. Boss, why are you so knowledgeable? Chu Yang also sighed, feeling a little sad in his heart. For a moment, a feeling of sympathy for fellow sufferers arose spontaneously. He thought to himself, why am I so knowledgeable? You'll have to ask your cousin. Big brother GMO, are there any more stories? Mo Ching Wu shook GMO's hand gently. Seeing this expression, Chu Yang immediately turned his head sympathetically. GMO spread out his hands helplessly. No more. I want to compete with you in swords. Mo Ching Wu shouted angrily. This time, she was even more imposing. GMO slipped and almost fell to the ground. Little Wu, this. Competing with swords is not fun. Then tell me a story. I really don't have any more. GMO was so anxious that he stomped his feet. He couldn't help but bow to Gu Duxing, Luo Kadi, and the others. Brothers, help me out. This is an emergency. Tell me a story. No. Gu Duxing and the others held back their laughter. Strange. At the same time, they were deliberately laughing at him. Compete with me in swords. Mo Ching Wu didn't give up. After we compete with swords, everything will be fine, right? GMO asked hopefully. Yes, it seems to be fine. Mo Ching Wu bit her finger and thought seriously for a while. Then, she said with uncertainty, Okay, I'll compete with you in swords. GMO stood up with a heroic and tragic expression. He grabbed the scabbard and thought to himself, I'll just clash with her weapon a few times and then say that she won. Who knew that Mo Ching Wu would suddenly jump up with a broken scabbard in her hand? She waved it fiercely. A red light almost blinded GMO. In shock, he controlled his strength and blocked with his sword. Crack! GMO was stunned. Luo Kadi was stunned. Gu Duxing was stunned. Everyone was stunned. The sword in GMO's hand was broken into 4 pieces. What saber is this? GMO's head was covered in cold sweat. Looking at the saber surrounded by red light, he turned pale with fright. Brother Chu Yang gave it to me. Mo Ching Wu proudly held the saber and nestled in Chu Yang's arms. Brother GMO, do you dare to break my second brother's sword in the future? It seemed that the relationship between little Wu and her second brother Mo Tianji was really not ordinary. Chu Yang thought to himself, I won't dare to. GMO wiped his sweat and still had some lingering fear. Fortunately, I used Luo Kadi's sword. If I used my own, this would be really bad. What? My sword? Luo Kadi was originally smiling from ear to ear, full of schadenfreude. Who would have thought that things would suddenly take a turn for the worse? GMO actually used his own sword? He jumped over to take a look. Immediately, his nose became crooked from anger. He shouted with a heart-wrenching cry of blood, GMO, you damn pigong! You should be hacked to death by 1,000 knives. You should be hacked to death by 1,000 knives. Aye. My sword, GMO ran away like a wisp of smoke. He turned back and said, "It's just a sword. Look at you. This is my fiancé's birthday gift to me." Luo Kadi was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up and chased after him. The two of them, one chasing and one running, circled around this small island a few times in a split second. "Little Wu, come here." Chu Yang's face darkened. "Brother Chu Yang." The little lowly nervously bit her finger. "In the future, you can't do this to your family, okay?" Chu Yang said with a heavy face, "Look, your brother Luo is so sad." He suddenly remembered that if Mo Qing Wu used this saber to compete with others, sooner or later, she would cause trouble. "Brother Chu Yang, I won't dare to." Mo Qing Wu was about to cry. "Okay, just remember." Chu Yang comforted her. Chapter 157. A fiancé is. Chu Yang was suddenly at a loss for words. What was a fiancé of Wind and Rain Pavilion? A fiancé, what else could it be? If he had to answer this question, it was really not easy. "Duxing, what is a fiancé?" Chu Yang turned around and asked. "This." Gu Duxing scratched his head and said with a face full of embarrassment, "It's really hard to say." "Dong Wushang, what is a fiancé?" Dong Wushang was startled and asked back, "What is a fiancé?" "What is a fiancé, Brother Chu Yang?" Mo Qing Wu asked anxiously. "A fiancé is." Seeing that these guys could not be pointed out, Chu Yang had to use his own brain. "A fiancé is a future wife." "Yes, that's it. Future wife." Mo Qing Wu blinked, puzzled. This. Chu Yang's forehead was sweating. His two hands were randomly grabbing the air. Suddenly an idea came to his mind, and he said, "Just like your father and mother. Your mother is very close. She was your father's fiancée when she was young. Do you understand?" Chu Yang asked, "So it's like this." Mo Qing Wu suddenly realized, "Is a fiancé always together?" Yes, they will always be together in the future." Chu Yang wiped his sweat, "And you have to take care of your fiancée. You can't make her angry or sad." Yes, in short, a fiancé is the person you have to treat the best to, and the person who treats you the best. Then so good? Brother Chu Yang, can I be your fiancé? Mo Qing Wu asked shyly. Her long eyelashes fluttered, full of reverie. Uff! Gu Duxing, who had been eavesdropping with a strange smile, choked and coughed. Su Butong and Dong Wushang also laughed. Yes, good. Chu Yang happily and contentedly said, "Then from today onwards, little Wu is my fiancé, wah-ha. Wah-ha, ha-ha-ha, I'm also your fiancé, wah-ha." And Mo Qing Wu also laughed complacently. "You can't make me angry, you can't make me sad. If there's anything delicious, you have to give it to me. If there's anything fun, I want to play. If there's a good story, I want to listen to it first." Chu Yang broke out in cold sweat. "So this is what this little lowly likes." Dong Wushang laughed for a while, then suddenly said, "Little sister, can I take a look at your saber?" Dong Wushang was a member of the black saber aristocratic family, so he was naturally very sensitive to sabers. Gu Duxing and the others, including GMO and Luo Kadi, either forcibly refrained from asking or ran out in order to avoid arousing suspicions. Luo Kadi's sword was only an ordinary sword, but he was an enemy of the Mo clan. He only needed to find a reason to pretend that he didn't see Mo Qing Wu's saber. Mo naturally knew what he was thinking, and deliberately led him away. Otherwise, with such a peerless saber in front of them, how could the two of them, as members of a martial arts aristocratic family, resist their curiosity? Right now, in their hearts, they already had the thought of treating Chu Yang as their boss. "This saber was given to me by Brother Chu Yang." Mo Qing Wu's words completely dispelled any thoughts Luo Kadi might have had. A saber given to me by the boss. If I sold this saber, wouldn't that be the same as selling out the boss? This was a great taboo in Jianghu. But Dong Wushang was influenced by his clan and loved sabers to the point of obsession. Such a peerless saber was placed in front of him, and he couldn't even play with it. This was simply the greatest torture. He endured for a while and finally couldn't bear it anymore and begged. Mo Ching Wu tilted her head and looked at Chu Yang. "Brother Chu Yang, let him see it?" "Let him see it." Chu Yang smiled in his heart. As long as Dong Wushang saw this saber, he wouldn't be able to leave in this lifetime. This was one of the 12 influential figures who was on par with Gu Duxing. Mo Ching Wu handed the saber to Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang was so nervous that his face turned red. First, he wiped his hands on his lapel twice and saw that there was still dust on them. Then he quickly ran to the side of the river and washed his hands clean. Only then did he run back impatiently once he was far away. Mo Ching Wu's temper almost flared up, and she almost put the saber away so that he wouldn't see it, carefully holding the dreaming of a gentle dance saber in his hand. Dong Wushang had an infatuated expression, as if he was looking at the lover of his dreams. He gently stroked the saber and gently waved it twice. Then he looked at the waving saber in a daze, as if he was looking at his own dream. Dong Wushang sighed softly. He turned the saber around and gently cut the arm that was holding the saber. Blood immediately flowed out. Mo Ching Wu cried out in surprise. Dong Wushang looked as if he was on a pilgrimage. His face was solemn as he dripped a drop of his blood on the saber. Then he straightened the saber, and the blood flowed down the saber without stopping. When it was about to reach the hilt, a hazy red light flashed, and the saber suddenly turned around. That drop of blood quickly flowed down the tip of the saber. Finally, the blood dripped from the tip of the saber and fell to the ground. The saber was clear and bright, and there wasn't the slightest bit of blood left. Dong Wushang raised his head to the sky and let out a long sigh. He said, "A peerless, treasured saber. Any ceremony is worthy of it." This kind of ceremony of watering the treasured saber with the blood of the hand holding the saber was the highest respect a saber user could give to a saber. It was also the most ancient and solemn ceremony in the land of saber cultivation. "Wushang, do you like it?" Chu Yang asked with a smile. "I love it as much as my life." Dong Wushang sighed despondently and reluctantly handed the saber to Mo Ching Wu. Seeing Mo Ching Wu sheath the saber into the tattered scabbard without any care, the muscles on his face twitched again. "If you can stay, I will find you a saber that is not inferior to this saber." Chu Yang said indifferently, "Really?" Dong Wushang stood up abruptly and looked at Chu Yang passionately. "Really? Chu Yang, always keep my word." Chu Yang said solemnly, "Boss." Dong Wushang was so emotional that his face turned red. He turned around and knelt down. "Boss, I beg you, you must find me a saber. After seeing this saber, I won't be able to sleep at night." Chu Yang was taken aback. He didn't expect Dong Wushang's reaction to be so intense. "You are not a saber user, so you don't understand. A saber user needs a saber." Dong Wushang raised his head proudly. "The saber is the king of weapons. Since time immemorial, the first metal weapon that appeared was the saber. The saber is also the ancestor of weapons. The saber's position is the highest. In the list of weapons, the saber will always be number one." Dong Wushang's eyes shone with brilliant fanaticism. As a saber user, it is also the noblest group of martial artists. Since ancient times, no one has ever reached the peak of saber cultivation. There was no end to the saber. You will never understand the attraction of a good saber to a saber user. To a saber user, the saber is his whole world. It is his parents, his wife, his lover, his daughter, his blood, his soul. And I, Dong Wushang, have sworn since childhood that I will be the number one saber user at the peak of saber cultivation. Dong Wushang said fanatically. And finding a saber that is compatible with my life and soul is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Dong Wushang said, as long as boss can give me such a saber, I will work for you for the rest of my life. It's not that serious. It can't be considered working for you, Chu Yang said seriously. What I lack are brothers, not subordinates. What I lack are brothers who are willing to climb to the peak with me, to wave the winds and clouds, and to dominate the world. What I hope is that in my life, I can always have a few good brothers who will never leave me, who will take care of me with all sincerity, who will live and die together. Chu Yang said deeply and longingly, I hope that I can do anything for my brothers. That kind of feeling where I have no regrets, even if I die. That is the feeling of a man. I also hope that when I am at the peak, my brothers will also be there. I will not be lonely. And I hope even more that when my brothers are at the peak, I will not let them be lonely. I hope even more that when I am down, when I am helpless, when I am hesitating, I will have brothers by my side. Chu Yang said very emotionally. A trace of stubborn desire shone from his eyes. Love, the thing that Chu Yang lacked the most in his previous life, and also the thing that he desired the most in this life. I hope to fight with you for a lifetime of glory and splendor, to fight for an eternal legend. And what I hope even more is that if we can become legends thousands of years later, then I hope that in my legend you will be there, and in your legend I will be there. In my life, I will not let down the word brother. When he said these words, even Gu Duxing and Yu Butong on the side were stunned. The eyes of the two people were shining with light. In a few years, if I become a legend, then I hope that in my legend you will be there. In a few years, if you become a legend, then I hope that in your legend I will be there. In my life, I will not let down the word brother. In my life, I will not let down the word brother. Chu Yang sighed. He looked at the dusky sky in the distance and exhaled a deep breath. Brothers are made through hard work, together through trials and tribulations, together through hard work, together on the road, all the way forward. Only then can one be as firm as steel and love as hard as metal and stone. I still don't understand the true meaning of you establishing Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Now, maybe I understand a little. Gu Duxing said slowly, Haha, people are divided into 3 classes. Birds of a feather flock together. Chu Yang said quietly, I often hear people say that when I am in glory and splendor, even if you are still a beggar, you are still my brother. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled, saying, but this is just a metaphor. You have to know that when you are in glory and splendor, your brother is still in poverty. Then you are not his brother. Or it can be said that in your heart, you still see him as a brother, but in reality, you are no longer worthy of being his brother. It is not that he is not worthy of you. When you are working hard, your brother is also working hard. When you are successful, he is still in poverty. Then, can you give him a hand? To you, it is just a matter of lifting a hand. You did not extend a hand. Then, you only see him as a brother. What is the use? Such a brother has become a tool for you to show off after you have achieved success. How can he be considered a brother? Chu Yang said quietly, sharing trials and tribulations is a brother. Sharing riches and splendor is also a brother. Sharing trials and tribulations, sharing riches and splendor is a true brother. Chapter 158. The long night was quiet, the long night was long. The clouds floated gently in the sky. The sound of the wind was quiet, quietly blowing. Chu Yang's young face, under the faint moonlight, was constantly changing. The young man smiled faintly and spoke softly. Around him, the other youths were hugging their knees as they quietly listened. GMO and Luo, Kadi, also came back at some point. They were sitting quietly on the outside. Everyone's eyes were shining brightly. Emerald flow, lake's water, gently rolled and splashed against the shore endlessly. It was as if it had been like this since ancient times until now. It was meaningful and warm, plain and eternal. Brothers need to be fought with their own blood and tears, not spoken with words. Finding a good brother is much more difficult than finding a good wife. Chu Yang gently smiled. Friends want me to have one. What about you guys? We also want to have one, I do. The youths were full of longing as they smiled. That night, everyone felt that it was wonderful. They all sat quietly. Mo Qingwu was nestled in Chu Yang's arms. She was also obedient and quiet. No one wanted to break this beautiful atmosphere, because this atmosphere was full of leeway. Mo Cheng-yu quietly sat on the roof. Listening to Chu Yang's words, the corner of his mouth revealed a sincere smile. He recalled the time when he was young, when he practiced martial arts with his brothers. They roamed Jianghu side by side. They rushed in and out of a bloody storm together. They got drunk together and fooled around together. They did everything together. Mo Chengyu gently sighed. How many years has it been? How many brothers had disappeared just like that? How many are left? At this moment, Mo Chengyu suddenly made a decision. When I go back, I must find my brothers and have a good drink. I must have a good and quiet memory. After a long time, Dong Wushang chuckled and jumped into the courtyard that had just been leveled. A saber light flashed as the dark saber technique was violently displayed. He was forcing himself. The other youths looked at each other and chuckled. They all began to practice martial arts. Everyone saw the light in each other's eyes. If they wanted to be brothers, then they must not fall behind. When their brothers were standing at the peak, they must not be at the foot of the mountain looking up. Chu Yang smiled as he watched. He felt the calamity sword in his dantian gently surge. You already know what a brother is. The sword soul's voice gently sounded in Sumo's mind. There was a trace of gratification in it as it said, although it is still a little one-sided, you have already understood some of the 7 emotions of the human world. What I want to tell you today is that love is the most important part of cultivation. Love is the most important link. Chu Yang repeated softly, as if he had understood something. The aura of the tribulation sword in his dantian surged violently, and a strange aura rushed into Chu Yang's meridians. The sword spirit was somewhat gratified, but also somewhat disappointed. Today, as a reward for you, I will no longer suppress your cultivation. Brothers were also a type of martial arts comprehension. You are enough. In the courtyard, the 5 of them were already exhausted, but they were still stubbornly standing, not falling down. They were using the power of their bodies to cultivate, trying to break through their own limits. All of a sudden, a faint ripple of Yu's aura spread out in the courtyard. As the geniuses of the various big clans, they were naturally very familiar with what such a ripple represented, because they themselves had experienced it many times before, and each time it was a moment of pride and a great sense of accomplishment. Everyone followed the aura to search. The aura surged, and suddenly it was as if 10,000 horses were galloping, boiling and roaring. Everyone looked over in shock. They saw Chu Yang, who was gently hugging Mo Qingwu, had a clear look on his face. He was just sitting there calmly, and that obscure aura was spreading out from his body. Breakthrough. Chu Yang broke through. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Only Gu Duxing did not feel any exception. He only smiled bitterly. This little freak. Today's matter must have touched his heart. He actually broke through so quickly the ripple of energy disappeared. 5th grade martial artist, GMO Dong Wushang, and the rest all heaved a sigh of relief. 5th grade martial artist. Who knew how long he had been stuck here? A sudden breakthrough was not something surprising. Everyone looked at each other and continued to cultivate. However, not long after, another aura rippled out, and the dense aura surged out again. GMO and the rest were shocked. Who was it this time? Chuyang had just broken through, so it could not be him again. But after they looked around, they finally found something that made them collapse. Chuyang! It was Chuyang again. GMO's mouth was wide open, and he slowly spat out 2 words. Ko. Luo Kudi and Dong Wushang were also stunned. This sudden breakthrough. Could it be that there was such a thing? It must be known that every breakthrough required a large amount of true inner force. As for the true inner force, it required a period of time to accumulate. As the dense aura became clearer, a boom seemed to resound in everyone's hearts. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground at the same time as the sound of the vibrations echoed in the air. Another breakthrough, martial artist grade. On the roof, Mo Changyu smiled bitterly. He was a king-level master. Although he had not recovered from his injuries, his perception was much more sensitive than the people below. Ever since Chuyang had broken through to 5th grade martial artist, he had been paying attention. He discovered that Chuyang's aura had stopped at the initial 5th grade martial artist for only a moment. Then the aura in Chuyang's body slowly increased until it reached 5th grade martial artist. At this time, Mo Changyu was shocked. However, Chuyang's aura did not stop growing, and it continued to grow. Slowly, it reached the high rank, then the peak rank, and then it continued to break through to the low rank. Monster. Seeing Chuyang break through like this, Mo Chingyu's heart became even more worried. Don't look. Boss is always like this. Once he breaks through, it will be continuous. Gu Duxing smiled bitterly in his heart as he called out to them. Under Gu Duxing's greeting, the group once again became spirited, and they began to torture their bodies, which were almost unable to bear the burden. After another half an hour, another wave of dense and obscure aura began to slowly fluctuate. Plop! GMO was looking. After a while, he found out that it was Chuyang again. He finally could not help but fall to the ground. His whole body trembled, and his mouth was crooked as he said, Up! This motherfucker! Dong Wushang stared at Chuyang, tongue-tied. His heart was so calm that it could not be described. Luo Kadi was stunned, another breakthrough. 3 consecutive breakthroughs. Moreover, his aura continued to grow, all the way until it reached the peak of level 7, before it finally stopped unwillingly. Mo Chingyu, who was on the roof, almost fell down, breaking through several grades in a row. If one ate a heavenly elixir, as long as the elixir was controlled and the body did not explode, it could be done. However, this was the first time he had seen someone cultivate slowly and steadily step by step. Especially when he was breaking through, he was holding a small body in his arms. Mo Chingwu. This really made people speechless when a normal person was breaking through. Even the slightest disturbance would cause them to go crazy. Even a dog's bark would affect them. This young master, on the other hand, was holding a lively little girl and broke through 3 grades in a row. Mo Ching was very well behaved. She didn't move an inch in Chuyang's arms when he was breaking through, but she was still a living person. GMO, with your talent, you can be considered a genius in your G clan. I heard that your fastest speed was to break through 1 grade in 3 days. Gu Duxing's cold face revealed an indescribable expression. For the first time, he smiled and spoke to GMO enthusiastically. Get lost. You have a little bit of kindness. It's all stolen. GMO was furious. In front of this freak who broke through 3 grades in less than 3 hours, he praised me, a person who broke through 1 grade in 2.5 days. As a genius, you, Gu Duxing, are really a genius. In the future, if anyone praises me as a genius again, I will get angry with them. GMO covered his face and lay on the ground. His legs were spasming. It was too embarrassing. In front of this Chuyang, No matter what kind of genius one was, they could only feel ashamed of their inferiority. Brother Chuyang, are you finally done breaking through? Seeing that Chuyang had finally opened his eyes, Mo Ching curled up and asked timidly. Yes, I'm done breaking through. Chuyang smiled gently and stroked Mo Ching Wu's hair. I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't dare to move. Mo Ching Wu pouted and said pitifully, my waist is sore, my legs are sore, my arms are sore, even my butt is sore. Yes, I'll help you rub. Chuyang revealed a doting smile. Yes, here, use less strength, right here and there. Mo Ching Wu turned her body and pointed at Chuyang. Suddenly she giggled. Itchy! Finally, after rubbing her arms and legs, Mo Ching Wu actually sat up and lay on Chuyang's lap. She stuck out a finger and pointed. And the butt is good too. Chuyang sweated profusely, gently rubbing her butt. Chuyang's imagination suddenly ran wild. If in another 7 or 8 years, she would also lie on top of him and let him touch her. Thinking of this, Chu Official Chu's mouth suddenly became dry. He secretly scolded himself. Beast, ah beast, ah beast, what are you thinking? Chuyang, ah Chuyang, you actually have this kind of thought for a young girl. This is simply intolerable. Although he was scolding himself, it was still very shameful. Brother Chuyang, it's done. Mo Ching Wu twisted her waist uncomfortably. What did you use to press against my lower abdomen? It hurts. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to teach her. Cough, cough. Chuyang hurriedly put Mo Ching Wu down and stood up quickly. He laughed loudly and walked towards the training area. How's your practice? Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? The 4 of them looked at him with grief and anger. Finally, they groaned weakly at the same time. GMO said with a long face, We've been tricked. Luo Kadi actually nodded sympathetically. We've been tricked. In a few years, if I become a legend, I hope that you will be in my legend. In a few years, if you become a legend, I hope that I will be in your legend. Chapter 159. At the same time, they remembered that Chuyang had made a bet with them that he would break through to martial master from 4th grade martial artist within a month. At that time, they all thought that this guy was joking. Now that they thought about it, how could he still need a month? This guy broke through 3 grades in 4 hours. Now he was already 7th grade. Thinking of this, the 4 of them were a little dejected. Don't look at me like that. I'll be shy. Chuyang laughed. He hugged his head and turned around. As he walked, he said, Let's go to sleep. Breaking through feels good. Behind him, the 4 of them looked at each other. Breaking through feels good? How could they not feel good? If we broke through like this, we would have died long ago. Yes, Dong Wushang, if you can be the first to break through and stay, I'll give you the saber in your heart. Chuyang stopped. With his back facing them, he said, However, you'll have to provide the black iron for the black saber yourself. No problem. Dong Wushang was so excited that his whole body trembled. I'll definitely be the first to break through this month. Then I'll go home and get it. Tisk. First to break through? Dong Wushang, who do you think you are? Luo Kudi, GMO, and Jibutong looked at him with hostility. Yes, I have a feeling that I'm about to break through. At the side, Gu Duxing, who had been standing there coolly, suddenly said with a strange expression. The 4 of them vomited blood at the same time. You can't be. It's true. Gu Duxing nodded seriously. Looks like I'll have to go into seclusion tonight. I'm sorry, everyone. Looks like I won't be able to run away from the title of second brother. He turned around and walked away. Behind him, GMO screamed hoarsely. Duxing, you can't be so inhumane. You just broke through to 7th grade martial great master. Gu Duxing stopped and said regretfully, I have to correct your mistake. I broke through to 7th grade martial great master half a month ago. GMO wanted to cry, but had no tears. He sat on the ground. He was completely agitated. Originally, both of them were martial great masters and were evenly matched. Now, Gu Duxing was about to break through to 8th grade? How could the proud and arrogant GMO endure such humiliation? That night, GMO and the other 3 couldn't sleep. When Gu Duxing's room suddenly emitted the dense aura of a breakthrough, the 4 of them burst into tears at the same time. They had really broken through. That night, Jean Rhee slept soundly. It was the 3rd watch of the night. From the direction of the slums, more than a dozen figures rose into the air and flew towards the prison as if they were riding on clouds. The Golden Horse Riders Department had finally taken action. Before the troops left, Kongshang Xen sternly said, "Make a scene!" They were going to make a scene. Whether number 1 could be saved or not, it was all up to fate. However, you must turn the prison upside down. I will be guarding Butian Pavilion. Once the news spreads, King of Hell Chu will definitely come to investigate. At that time, it will be the best time for me to kill King of Hell Chu. In Kongshang Xian's heart, King of Hell Chu's life and death were much more important than number 1. Number 1, Lien Jia, didn't even do a good job as a spy and was even captured alive. This kind of trash actually needed someone to save him. However, using this matter to kill King of Hell Chu, number 1 could be considered to have contributed greatly. King of Hell Chu had always lived in seclusion. It was impossible for outsiders to see him or grasp his whereabouts. The only way was to lure the snake out of its hole. It was not that Kongshang Xian did not think of directly breaking into Butian Pavilion and killing King of Hell Chu. However, he did not know where King of Hell Chu was. How could he kill him in one strike? He was afraid that as soon as the wind blew, King of Hell Chu would run away. Plus, as long as King of Hell Chu took off his mask, no one would be able to recognize him. Beating the grass to scare the snake would not be good. Therefore, Kongshang Xian used this opportunity. Rescuing number 1 was fake, but luring the snake out of its hole and killing King of Hell Chu was the most important thing. Even though the Prime Minister had said not to touch King of Hell Chu as much as possible, but the Prime Minister had also said, if there is a good opportunity, there is no harm in fighting. Kongshang Xian was very confident. Iron Cloud's prison was heavily guarded. From the day they set up the trap until today, it had not been a long time. Calculating the time, if Great Zhao wanted to take action, then today would be the day they would arrive at Iron Cloud. From today onwards, Mao Yi would enter a state of full combat. A big battle could break out at any time. Even though they did not know who was imprisoned inside, one thing was certain. This person was an important person of Great Zhao. Otherwise, King of Hell Chu would not have gone through so much trouble. His Highness would not have cooperated so much. Thinking of this, the guards all had their hearts in their throats. Even though they were on duty, who would dare to sleep? Perhaps if they fell asleep, they would not be able to wake up the next day. Just as everyone was on high alert, something unexpected finally happened. Without a sound, on the highest sentry post, the largest lantern suddenly went out. Then, all the other lanterns went out one after another. The entire front half of the prison was suddenly plunged into absolute darkness. Enemy attack! A sharp cry rang out. It was especially mournful in the silent night. Suddenly, the guards and experts of Iron Cloud who were guarding the prison rushed out at almost the same time. They quickly guarded all the entrances, but the surroundings were quiet. There was not the slightest movement. The night was dark. The enemy was here, but no one knew where the enemy was hiding. Each of them unsheathed their swords as if they were facing a great enemy. In the Shadow City, the 3 command horse riders looked at each other. For this operation, the 3 of them each led a team. Kongshang Xian was hiding in the shadows and did not participate. Looking at their defense, The left door should be the most heavily guarded. One of the command horse riders said, according to the map of the prison, there should be many cells inside. This is going to be troublesome. The three of them nodded at the same time. The commotion just now was caused by them. Humans, only when they're caught off guard would they unconsciously show what they care about the most through their actions. And now, the three command horse riders were using this to their advantage. First, they beat the grass to scare the snake. Then, they used the enemy's reaction to determine where number one was imprisoned. Finally, they gathered their strength and attacked the enemy's weak point to achieve their goal. This was a method that only experienced Jiang, who people would use. Follow the original plan, let's move out. One of the command horse riders quickly ordered. In the quiet night, 3 horses suddenly galloped from the main road straight toward the prison. The sound of hooves was like rain shattering the night. Who is it? Stop! At the entrance of the prison, there was a loud shout. On top of the walls, a large group of archers stood up. On their bowstrings, there were rows upon rows of shining arrows, emitting a faint light in the night. Who is on duty tonight? Come out and answer. The 3 horses stopped. The 2 people behind them were wearing the uniforms of the Imperial Guards, but the one in front was wearing casual clothes. At this moment, he was sitting high on the horse. His eagle eyes were coldly looking at the prison gate. In the shadow of the gate, a person said in a low voice, "Thunder is about to rise." Eternal iron cloud. The person did not hesitate to answer the code and asked, "Is it Commander Li or Commander Zhou?" "It is Li." "Which one of the Imperial Guards are you? You look unfamiliar." Inside the gate, a person suspiciously asked, "You don't need to know who I am. According to the orders of the Imperial Guard, there will be an operation in Great Zhao tonight. The enemy is very strong. The Imperial Guard is afraid that the prison will be lost, so he specially sent me to assist in the defense." The person coldly sat on the horse and said, "Open the gate. The prison is an important place. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Even if you can answer the code, it will be the same." Commander Li coldly said, "If you want to enter the prison, do you have the Imperial Guard's order or the Minister's seal?" "I don't have the Minister's seal, but I have the Imperial Guard's order." The person on the horse sneered. He took out a letter from his bosom and held it in his hand. "Throw it over." Commander Li did not relax his vigilance. The person on the horse's eyes flashed coldly and said, "Catch!" He grabbed the corner of the letter and threw it out. The thin letter fiercely spun, making a sharp whistling sound in the air. It flew over 50 feet and landed in front of the gate. The iron gate still did not open. With a schwa sound, an iron claw connected to an iron chain hung down from the top of the wall. It hung down to the ground and suddenly closed. It caught the letter and then slowly rose up. When the iron chain was halfway up, a silver light suddenly flashed. With a bang sound, the iron chain broke into 2 pieces. Then 7 or 8 shadows flashed from all directions. In a flash, 5 people had already rushed to the top of the wall. The sound of crossbows and arrows echoed. The entire sky above the prison gate turned into an iron curtain made of crossbows and arrows. The sharpness of Iron Cloud's armors was unparalleled in the world. This sentence could be seen from the reactions of the soldiers guarding the prison. Caught off guard, hundreds of people drew their bows and released arrows at the same time. There was no panic. However, the 5 people had already rushed up. They started a massacre. On the other hand, the few people on the boat leaped down and flashed towards the 3 people on horseback like a wisp of smoke. The 3 people were not willing to be outdone. They rushed down from their horses and faced the 5 people head-on. In a moment, there was a big fight inside and outside. The sharp sound of the bugle horn rang out. All of Iron Cloud Citadel's prison was in an uproar. Countless soldiers gathered from all directions. The nearby barracks also sounded the bugle horn at the same time. A moment later, the sound of hooves thundered from 3 different directions, getting closer and closer. It was only when the 5 of them rushed up to the roof that they realized that a huge net had suddenly risen up from the ground. Steel blades were flashing brightly on the net, covering the entire ground. The prison on the left of Iron Cloud Citadel could only be entered from this courtyard. Then there was a fork in the road. It was almost like an underground fortification, with this large net covering them. The 5 people in black did not seem to have any way to get in. Instead, they tried their best to avoid standing on the edge of the wall. They were afraid of being pushed down, so their hands and feet were tied. Archers on the walls from all directions appeared at the same time. They drew their bows and aimed. If there was a mistake, a deadly arrow would fly out like lightning. The situation was extremely unfavorable for these masked men in black. If things continued like this, not only would they not be able to break into the prison, they might even be trapped here. Chapter 160. However, Ironclad's side was at a disadvantage in the battle outside. 3 experts against 5, and their strength was far inferior. They were at a disadvantage almost immediately. With a bang, one of the Ironclad guards was struck in the chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled away like a rubber ball. One of the masked men in black chased after him with a sinister smile and kicked him. However, he did not kill him, but was just playing with him. He screamed and cursed loudly, but he was kicked around like a rubber ball without any strength to fight back. When the people inside saw that the situation was stabilized, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were once again enraged by the cruel scene in front of them. The man in civilian clothes tried his best to resist the enemy's attacks as he screamed, "Commander Lee, you must not open the door. They are deliberately provoking you. As long as you open the door, you will give them a chance. Us brothers are not worthy of your pity, but this prison is an important place. You must not lose it." His voice was fierce and powerful, coupled with the blood that was spurting out of his mouth and body. It made him look even more heroic. Inside the door, several soldiers were filled with anger as they watched the cruel fight outside. Their eyes were filled with tears. One of the burly men suddenly turned his head and punched the wall fiercely. He said in a muffled voice, "Good man." At this moment, the sound of hoof beats came from 3 directions at the same time. Ironclad's army had finally arrived at this moment. Tight wind! Retreat! With a sharp cry, the 5 black-clothed men on top of the wall flew up at the same time. Arrows rained down on the 5 people. Another person appeared from the shadows. His body was covered in a brilliant sword light. He spun in the air and cut all the arrows. He shouted, "You guys leave quickly. I will cover you." The 5 men did not even look back. They jumped up and down a few times before their figures disappeared. The 5 people outside had already leaped up. One of them actually punched the puppet viciously before leaving, before kicking the body of the guard who was lying on the ground. The guard's body was sent flying high into the air before landing heavily on the ground. Fresh meat was being cooked. Then these black-clothed men let out a long howl and left the scene like lightning. The Junes surrounded him. On the ground, there were only 3 bodies that looked like broken sacks. Quickly bring them in and see if they can be saved." Commander Lee's eyes were filled with tears as he shouted with all his might. A few soldiers quickly put down the bags and carried the 3 men carefully. They were already unconscious, but their blood was still dripping from their wounds. Finally, they reached the door. The metal door opened to allow 2 people to walk through side by side. The soldiers carrying the stretchers greeted them and walked in. Right at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. The 3 people on the stretchers suddenly jumped up, and their hands were as fast as lightning. At the same time, their throats were cut, and they collapsed. One of them slammed his palm on the already open iron door. Bang! a loud explosion rang out, and the sound was so loud that it caused the nearby soldiers to bleed and their eyes to blur. The three of them had already rushed through the iron gate. Whenever he sees someone, he will shoot like a mad tiger. Quick, let go of the iron gate. Commander Lee was filled with regret and hatred as he shouted. He did not expect the enemy to be so cunning, to use such a trick to gain his confidence. Too late! The brocade-robed man laughed out loud. He had already rushed out of the gate and into the courtyard. His right hand reached for his waist, and a strange-looking dagger appeared. He then leaped up, and with a ripping sound, he tore a huge hole in the iron gate. Following that, the other two men each pulled one side of the iron gate with all their might. The iron gate let out a deafening sound as it split open. The Dao swords on the net then shot out, enveloping a large number of soldiers who were rushing over. A shrill cry rang out once more, and 15 figures descended from the sky like celestial beings, jumping into the courtyard through the hole in the iron gate. So, they had not left, and they were just playing hard to get. Furthermore, they had not mobilized their full strength earlier. Commander Lee's eyes widened in anger as he charged forward. However, he was kicked in the chest by one of the men in black, and he was sent flying with his dagger. After flying for a few feet, his burly body suddenly split into pieces in midair. Lao San, you lead your men here to block the entrance. Lao Er and I will go in to take a look. One of the masked men in black robes shouted, "All right." One of the shorter masked men in black robes laughed out loud, blocking the entrance to the inner gates. The other masked men in black, each holding a dagger, separated from him in a winged formation. This was the narrowest place, and there was a bend. If there were arrows, they could easily dodge them. The iron-cloud guards charged forward crazily. As for the other 12 people, they split into 2 groups and rushed in. The leader of the group was the most ruthless. In a short time, he had already captured 4 to 5 guards. Each of them only asked one question: where are the most recent criminals being held? He asked a question, and if there is no reply, he will pinch the neck and grab the next one. It's in the mouth, turn left. It's in an individual cell. Spare me. When he caught the 17th person, the last person trembled as he screamed. Very good. The masked man in black robes chopped off his head and said indifferently, "In order to repay you, I'll give you a quick death." After saying that, he charged forward like a whirlwind. At the same time, he shouted, "It's here!" The people on the other side turned around with a swoosh. The 12 of them were like a sharp awl, piercing deep into the ground. The obstacles along the way were obviously a lot bigger. Moreover, the guards were obviously a few levels better than other places. Although the 12 of them were having a hard time, they were getting happier. It seemed like this was the place. Careful! Just as they were advancing at full speed, the person at the very front suddenly let out a strange cry and leaped back like lightning. It turned out that a large hole had suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. It was at least 20 feet wide. If he charged forward, he would be able to charge through, but his comrades behind him would definitely fall in. That was why he did not charge forward, but instead he retreated and used his body to block his comrades. The teamwork of the Golden Horse Riders department members was very good. Just as he was about to land on the ground, the walls on both sides suddenly split open, and 7 to 8 viscous black liquid poured out. Kerosene! Motherfucker! The leader of the command horse riders cursed. Everyone, quickly jump over! The 12 of them got up at the same time, and countless torches were thrown at them. With a loud bang, the flames behind them burned fiercely. The heat of the flames seemed to be roasting their backs. In front of them, overturned planks and holes kept appearing. Countless amounts of kerosene emerged from any possible place, forming a thick layer on the ground. The 12 of them could only try their best to jump forward, not daring to stop. Because their bodies were already covered in kerosene, If they were even a little bit slower, they would be burned. The command horse rider at the front used his palm to catch the kerosene that was falling from above and charged forward without a care for anything else. Suddenly, the legs of the 3 people at the front went soft and they fell down. This seemingly flat ground was actually a trap. The 3 of them were shocked. Under the illumination of the flames, they could clearly see a few footprints. How could there be a trap here? But the 3 of them did not have time to think, and they had already fallen. They had been leaping all the way. Although they were martial, revered, level cultivators, they had already exhausted their last breath. It was the awkward moment where they had used up all their strength and had yet to recover their strength. They did not have time to leap up before they fell down. With a loud bang, the entire passageway was filled with yellow smoke. Inside the trap, there was a short scream. "Motherfucker, there are so many Dick. I'm Dick. You too, step on me. Hurry up and go." It was obvious that one of them was injured, and he was in a lot of trouble. It was just a sentence, but he was already gasping for breath. Yellow smoke filled the air, and 2 figures flashed. 2 masked men in black rushed forward with tears in their eyes. That comrade of his had already fallen silent. What a good Dick! They had not even reached the first cell, and they had already lost a person. There's Dick in the smoke. There's bewitching Soul Yao and spring temptress Yao. A black-clothed, masked man screamed in horror. "Despicable! King of Hell Chu, you're despicable!" The remaining 11 masked men in black cursed at the same time. But if the penis is not injured, it is fine if the penis cannot enter the uterus. With everyone's skills, they can stop the penis from entering the uterus. They could have even fought and pulled the dick out at the same time. But the lust dick was not possible. In a split second, the 11 masked men in black, tight-fitting clothes had already set up tall tents under their waists. Their faces were flushed red, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Lust dick. Everyone should have realized that the most lust dick in this world is not dick, but lust dick. This thing is too difficult to deal with. Now that we have lust dick, how are we going to deal with it? Our pants are as hard as iron. Where are we going to release it? Our arteries are expanding. Just a little more, and we will be able to save the first cell. The leader of the BMW horsemen tried his best to suppress the urge in his heart and the excitement in his body. He pushed forward with his bulging lower body, but his eyes couldn't help but look around the prison cells. Holy shit! Why aren't there any female prisoners? The smoke was getting thicker and thicker. In just a short 100 feet, there was still space on both sides and the ground, but they had already encountered more than 10 traps. Every single one of them was unimaginable, and every single one of them was lust dick to the extreme. The 2 command horse riders could not help but curse at the dense number of traps. The people who had set up these traps were all masters of scoundrels, wretched experts. You despicable bastard who deserves to be chopped into pieces. How could there be such a trap? It was simply a combination of all the thoughts and ideas, plus 100,000 points of wretchedness and grumpiness. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.